Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome back to the VCO channel and to the SimGrid channel for the final rounds of the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals, the community championship that has set the sim racing scene alight. And my goodness, have we absolutely enjoyed everything that has been thrown our way over the past couple of weeks. It's been a 3-race calendar, and we are at the finals here in Spa in Belgium. And of course, my name being David Christie, I never am able to do this by myself, so I am joined by somebody actually talented in the box. Very warm welcome to Mike Nice. Mike, great to see you back. Obviously, we worked together for the GT4 build up to this championship, and it's only fitting that we get you in for the final round here.
Absolutely, and of course I was here for the 6 hours at Watkins Glen as well, but I am so thrilled here today to be at the final of the finals. This has been the absolute build-up. We had 36 hours of racing that led up to this 3-race championship in the first place, and now we are here to settle the score tonight at one of the most infamous/famous tracks in all of history, Spa-Francorchamps.
Certainly is. So what we have got in store for you today, ladies and gentlemen, is a 3-hour race. So much is going to be settled today. The point standards are very, very close indeed. Veloci Vexed and Unicorns of Love, they are very close at the top of the GT3s, and then the GT4s. It has been all about that amazing performance by the Absolute Motorsport Acelith Pro GT4s. They are about the same way ahead of Apex One and RCI Esports also in with a shout. We'll go through the standards more in depth a little later on, but again, just looking at the track, we've got qualifying going to be coming up very shortly here, Mike. That top 10 shootout that they're going to be aiming for both the GT4s, the GT3s, and then they're all on track together. I think this is now crucially the make or break moment of the championship, because getting yourself into that top 10 I think is absolutely vital here.
Most certainly, and the Unicorns of Love currently sitting in P2, they are going to be the ones that have the real pressure on their shoulders, trying to pressure the likes of the Veloce VEXT team, currently leading the way in the championship with that Lamborghini Evo 2. The Unicorns not too far behind by about 24 points, and Genesis Esports also behind. But of course, this isn't just a drivers' championship. We have all of the communities involved as well. And currently leading the way in the community host standings is Formula Racing League with 160 points over the likes of SOP Motorsports at 138 and 128 respectively to DC.
Certainly is. And of course, that is exactly what it's all about. It might be the drivers that you know, it might be the teams that you know, but it is all about the communities in this championship. And with those 10 communities that were offering those spots into the championship, I think this season has really done them proud here, Mike. You've got the likes of, as you said, VGTR Endurance, you've got SOP Motorsports, the Formula Racing League, Lightspeed Racing, you've got Sim Racing Collective, Tracklicious, I know a community very close to your own heart there, Mike, QRT Esports, GL Motorsports, the Sim Zone, and DC Sim Racing. So, 10 championships that offered their way into here, and it kind of adds its own prestige. You can have all the prizes, you can have all the money that you like and things, but at the end of the day, bragging rights are bragging rights, and I think those communities definitely want them.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be all about the pride, but also just the ability to work together as a whole throughout all of this. Of course, massive shout out to VCO and SimGrid for putting this event on in the first place, getting all of the communities involved and into this championship. It's been quite the logistical nightmare, so shout out to everyone behind the scenes. And it's a pleasure to be here tonight. As I said, the grand finals of the grand finals. What better event could we have here on a Saturday morning for me?
Well, I was away to say, let's get to that, because we've done the niceties, we've done the welcomes. Let's get down to the brass tacks here, Mike, because you've kind of stepped in at the last minute to do this. What time is it currently over there for you in the old US of A?
Oh, for, the Pacific viewers out there currently tuning in live, it's a nice 4:30 in the morning here. So nice and early, bright and ready to go here at Spa-Francorchamps, and ready and eager to get underway.
Well, I've got a pillow and a sleeping bag for the next hour and a half. If you need it, Mike, I've got your back. Don't worry about that, brother. But ladies and gentlemen, that is the sort of dedication that you're going to see not only in the comms booth, but you're also going to see that on track. 3 hours of racing is what we have got coming up very, very shortly. And in just a couple of minutes' time, we have got qualifying going to be getting underway as well. We do have a couple of penalties to bring you up to speed on as well. Now, firstly, this is a significant one. I think probably is going to have the most impact. There is a qualifying ban and they will start last in their class for absolute res tech by Assetto. Now, that is going to be quite a significant penalty there. And then you've got a 10th place grid penalty with 3 license points for Rocket SimSport. So again, these license points aren't a new factor to the championships, but we're seeing them really starting to affect these teams here. And again, with that that penalty there for absolute res tech by Assetto, I think that will be felt very, very deeply indeed.
Yeah, most certainly. Any penalty here, of course, in a 3-hour race as well, as it's only 3 hours for these drivers to decide it all here tonight. It's going to be a big hindrance, and with a massive recovery drive for not only the likes there of the Assetto, but also the Rocket SimSports with the 10 place grid penalty as well. So a couple drivers, maybe not quite up to the standards of what you would expect from at least the stewards would have, but fortunately, or hopefully this time around, they can manage to make it around, and especially for the Rocket SimSports, make some positions up, as well as the absolute RES tech by Assetto.
And on that note as well, it's worth clarifying that 858 absolute res tech by Assetto, that is the GT3 outfit with Simonietta, Benjamin Baumann and Camilleri Trapani behind the wheel of the Ferrari 296. So that's the GT3, that's not the GT4 leaders. Similar name, but that is a different team that is affected by that. So that is not your GT4 Absolute Motorsport Assetto Pro GT4 outfit that is affected by that one. Nonetheless, qualifying going to be getting underway very, very shortly. Let's bring you up to speed with what we can expect during qualifying, as it is a multi-class session. It's a mixed session. The first section of it will be the GT4s. They go out and do 10 minutes of qualifying. Then it's the GT3s who do their little bit of qualifying. So they're both of them on the track at separate times. And then the top 10 from each class will then go out for a final shootout. They get a maximum of 3 laps. It's around about another 10 minutes, and they go for that top 10 shootout for their class as well. So that is what is to be expected just now. As I said, we'll be getting the GT4s out on track very, very shortly, and then the GT3s basically hold in pit lane and then get released on the final lap of those GT4s. So again, a chance for Mike, all of the GT4s and GT3s to get a little bit of clear space to try and qualify, but it's a busy grid through that first part. They actually end up looking forward, I think, to that top 10 shootout.
Yeah, I would hope so, especially with a little bit of clean air on track. Now, of course, Spa-Francorchamps is not the most difficult track to find clean air on. 4.3 miles, 19 corners, 9 to the right, 10 to the left, and a 1 kilometer straight, just over half a mile long. And as we're about to see here, head down into the qualifying session, these drivers tackling one of the most famous tracks ever known to man.
Certainly is. And I've got to say, from the onset of this competition, maybe not so much in ACC because it's a sim I can't quite run just now with the VR. It's notoriously difficult. My machine just can't handle it. But I have tried GT4 cars in other platforms, and I've got to say, right, my viewpoint on GT4s now, I get it. I absolutely get it. I get how fun it is. I was whinging before because I'm a GT3 fanboy, you know. I like having all the mod cons. I like the car being responsive and crisp and direct, but the GT4, you know, being down on power, being, you know, it feels more luggish, it feels slower to kind of turn in. That's the whole point. It teaches you completely different driving dynamics and a different driving style. And yeah, I absolutely very much enjoy doing the GT4s. But again, with the balance of performance there, Mike, I know this was something that you were asking off air about and clarifying as well. And since we're using the base game BOP here, again, we're seeing that absolute dominance by Alpine. Of course, drivers locked into their cars anyway, but you know, it's always up for debate because sometimes the game can change halfway through a season here. But it's interesting to see that Alpine coming back into the mix in such a dominant and overwhelming fashion.
Yeah, especially for someone who's been in the game for such a long time. Whoa, my goodness. Whoop. Oh, it's too early for that. Okay, catching the breath there after that one. That was a near-death incident. But regardless, the Alpine here, a 1.8-liter turbocharged inline 4. It's a car that, I mean, it's a 1.8-liter turbocharged inline 4. It's something you don't expect with about 295 brake horsepower. Now, of course, compared to your GT3s, you're looking around the 600 horsepower mark. A bit of a power difference. We are, though, going to stay on board here with Quinn Smith as he is heating up his tires, coming around that final turn now, and beginning his first lap tonight of the VCO Grand Finals, round 3 here at Spa-Francorchamps.
Here we go then on the run down to turn 1. La Source then braking on that left-hand side, pulling the car in, letting the camber of the corner whip that car round, avoiding the curb on the left-hand side, or you will be sent into the nearest barrier as we go round down that hill then. This just one of the most famous parts of motorsport in the world, down through Eau Rouge, up through Radion then, that jinking left, right, left, hopping over the curbs, the car bouncing off the rev limiter there, trying to get the most of the traction and the performance out of the car along this Kemmel straight, this long Kemmel straight in these GT4 cars. It feels a little bit shorter in the GT3s. On the brakes then, pulling that car into La Source, you get away with using a little bit of the curb in the GT4s, you don't so much in the GT3s, but you run it then over that the right-hander at Malmedy, along the run down towards Bruel, that hairpin right-hander. It's going downhill all the time as well, so every part of the car is wanting to sweep out to that left-hand side. Talking about left-hand side, over to Speaker's Corner then, through the left-hand side. Again, the GT4 is allowed to use a little bit more of that curb. It's not that they're allowed to, it's just that the car permits them to do it without spinning them out. Through the double left-hander here at Double Gauche. And again, this is looking very, very prim and proper here for Quinn Smith, for Trackalicious in that number 5 car just now, teaming up with Andreas Borchers and Ali Raza. Through the right-hander then, through Lafania. And then it's going to be over to the left-hand side, onto the brakes again for Campus. And again, that car just wants to wash out to the left-hand side, so you have to be so careful you don't invalidate your lap here as we go through Stavlo. This is one corner that I am absolutely guaranteed to make a meal of every single time here. And then it is the relatively straightforward part here as we go through the Curb Paul Frere. And then it's this tight left-hander. Now, in the GT4s, fairly straightforward affair through Blanchimont. In the GT3s, that is going to be an absolute test of metal before you go under the bridge, on the brakes, into that final chicane. Pulling the car up onto the curb on the right and the left, but avoiding that sausage curb. If the car hits that sausage curb, you will lose at least 5 tenths of a second to a whole 10. And that is Quinn Smith over the line here to complete a qualifying lap here at Spa. But again, that's just almost done with GT4 qualifying, so they only get a chance to get a couple of laps in here before the GT3s are going to be out there on track.
And that is absolutely crucial, as well as you were sort of alluding to there, David. It is a very tough track to set a lap on. There are a lot of corners, 19 of them, 4.3 miles, and plenty of these corners are so easy just to veer slightly over the mayo and the mustard and end up with a little bit of a penalty, not penalty, but a invalidation heading your way. The steward's not going to be too thrilled with your lap time that will be posted on the board. We're currently following along here with Romanali in P2, looking at a strong lap. Romanali about a 10th up on the Delta, and as you can see, just under a 10th down, coming through the Fangnas now in Sector 3. We're heading into Sector 3. Nice and tight here for the Alpine, the current points leader, in fact, championship leader for the GT4s. Looking to make a stand here tonight.
Yeah, but what's caught my interest is the fact that Adam Spansky currently on pole position, and who are they? They're obviously Apex 1. They are second in the championship, representing the Sim Zone, so a crucial pole position at the moment. But Romagnoli looking very, very fast indeed. All he has to do is just find 1/10 of a second, or just over 1/10 of a second, to take that pole position. And I'll tell you what, if they have got that pole position, I think that is a huge nail in the coffin for this championship right now for the GT4s, because they have done everything that they needed to do. But Romagnoli comes across the line, it's a smooth lap, and there you go, 2/10 of a second. Spansky's got no hope of getting that undone, because obviously qualifying going to be over and done and dusted pretty much immediately now, with the fact that he is into pit lane. Here comes Luciano Fitvoit for Cool Shark Racing in the number 16. Also noticing that 111 car, the next Neon Racing of Jan-Philipp Nürnberger, getting into third position. That is a stellar qualifying. But Luciano comes across the line. What can he do? Currently a second off the pace, brings the time down to about an improvement of about 4/10 of a second, but it's not enough to move up the position. So that looks like how your top 5 are going to look just now. And there we go then. So GT3's out on track. So just to remind you then, it is Adam Spansky in second place, Michael Romagnoli taking that pole position, Jan-Philipp Nürnberger in third position, Luciano Fitvoit in fourth, and then Kieran Prendergast sneaks up into P5 right at the last end. So GT4s are done for just now. GT3's out there on track, and this warm-up lap, you know, a lot of the drivers and a lot of the teams, I think here, Mike, getting a lot of data from those GT4s that will have been out, especially with that moment coming towards the final chicane there, on how they should manage themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Excuse me. As well as getting in the rubbering down that track, getting the crucial traction down for these GT3 cars makes their qualifying just a little bit easier. As you were mentioning before, those cars a lot more suited to the mechanical grip. They're all about the suspension. They're not really all about that invisible mumbo-jumbo downforce that we're going to be seeing here with these GT3 cars. These are developed, of course, by some very, very brilliant men. Not the GT4s weren't, or men and women, excuse me. And they, well, are able to produce around a ton of downforce, as well as with extreme amount of horsepower. This is, of course, the main event here tonight, what everyone in ACC in general, I think, is used to driving, the bread and butter, might you say. And we are about to see Luke Whitehead, the SOP driver from Veloce Esports, begin his qualifying lap now.
The thing with that as well is that obviously we've got the GT3 classes and the GT4 classes, and you know, I think we're coming in one of the best stages that we've had lately for GT3 and GT4 racing. The popularity, the appeal, the enjoyment from the spectators as well is at a level we've not really seen for many, many years here. And I think it's because of that, because it is standardised, because the GT3s, you can have all your different marks, and in real life and in the sim as well, for the most part, you know, it's all fairly mixed. And what we've seen in the latest, I believe it's what, the 1.9 update for ACC, yep, is that move towards the McLaren and the Lambo. But that switches and changes almost with every single update here. And, you know, even if you're not in a Lambo and you're not in a McLaren, you still are well within a shout here. But it's when you're at this esports level and you're at this alien level, you need every 10th, every 2/10, every 3/10 of an advantage that you can get.
Yeah, absolutely. And Luke Whitehead is no slouch to that either. A man who is one of the quickest out in ACC in general, as he's had a bit of an issue with the lap so far. It hasn't been the cleanest, just been watching on board. A few corrections here and there. So far, though, heading into Puan, chucks it in, trying to maximize the minimum speed through the extremely high-speed left-hander on the hammer very early now into the Fagnas. So you're looking for that braking marker. Late braking is a bit another correction of the wheel. This is more going to be, I think, a banker here for Luke Whitehead, as he has had a bit of maybe not quite the optimal heating procedures, getting the tires up to temperature, the core temperatures, your brake temperatures, very crucial, especially into this Sector 3. This is where most of the time is made or lost, of course. Very on the limit there, pushing all the way now, and it's going to be flat out as we head down towards the final few corners to finish this lap here for Luke Whitehead.
Yeah, and it's coming through Blanchimont that is really the absolute test of metal, the test of faith that the driver has in their car, because they're all, going through it at it flat out, pulling an unimaginable amount of G's in real life. Obviously, they don't have that in the sim, but still, you still have that sense of speed, you still have that sense of dread whenever you pull through that corner. But with a limited amount of minutes left to go in qualifying, 179 of Eric Del Fante, the Italian job ITJ setups in pole position there for racing for Formula Racing League just now. So it's a bit topsy-turvy at the moment with the top of these standings just now, because at the moment we're looking for that 55. Luke Whitehead down in 6th position. We're looking for the number 14, which is there we go, Michael Tauscher, as if by magic, as if on command, jumps up into P4 as we see Menno van der Meulen here for DC Sim Racing. We're also looking for the 33, Tariq Adam down there in 8th place. So the big hitters, the big names that you would expect in this championship right now, the 1, 2, 3, they're all outside from what I can see, the top 4.
Yeah, not able to get that banker lap in. Eric Del Fante, so far so good. And Jeffrey Ritchie is also on a flyer, currently following with Tarek Adams in P8, the number 33 driver, as he chucks it in that Lamborghini. So far, McLaren 1-2, a BMW, well, I was going to say in P3, now in P4, as Debon, very stellar lap there from Elise Debon into the third podium spot there, 2:15.0, just out of the 14s. Now, those, David, are some extremely rapid times. You can tell these drivers have been putting in the practice for sure.
I wonder if we normally see it, this is going to be the lap that kind of changes everything. Yuri Petchenko for Vipperman Racing in that 110 GT3 car, racing for VGTR, gets the car a little bit squirrely, a little bit sideways, coming through that final chicane, goes a little bit wide, but again, what can Petchenko do? It's enough still for 3rd position, so a bit of an improvement. What a lap though that is for Ritchie in that 34 car there for Thomas Enges Sim Racing for Formula Racing League at 2:14.690. That immediately neuters that charge from the rest of the field. Ritchie into the pits, Del Fante into the pits, Petchenko into the pits. What can Rafael Malio do for Rocket Sim Sport? Comes across the line, and it's not enough. Luke Whitehead only enough to get 5th position just now. So again, your championship leaders at the moment. I guess at the end of the day though, Mike, it's kind of enough, because once they've got themselves safely in that top 10, that's all that matters.
Yeah, exactly. And for right now, that's all that matters. Obviously, they're going to be needing to pick it up here in the next 10 minutes, and Luke Whitehead, I have no doubt that he can. Also, though, big shout out there to Jeffrey Ritchie. Now, that's a time that I don't think a lot of people were expecting from the 34 car. Also, Eric Del Fante, lovely job, and Petchenko into 3rd. Very tight margins we had momentarily. I saw less than a tenth of a second separating the top 3. Jeffrey, though, decided that was going to be not quite what he wanted, and he wanted to set the time charts alight by a solid 1.8 seconds.
Yep, so Ellie Debons is going to be the final car across the line then to take that checkered flag, and then we'll have our top 10 shootout for both of the classes. They'll be taking part and getting on with that. But interestingly as well, also noticing that Genesis Esports, that means that a little bit outside of that qualifying top 10 then is, I'm really stunned to see that Tariq Adam finishing in 12th position, qualifying 12th position, so missing out on that top 10 shootout, because they are in 3rd in the championship. And when we look at the fact that Jeffrey Ritchie getting that pole position in the this part of it, it's not really pole position, I guess. It's just, force of habit calling it that. But they're down in 4th position. So they have, they've got a huge opportunity to take some much needed points and completely take that last spot on the podium for the championship. So many different things to talk about. But for the GT3s then, it's going to be Jeffrey Ritchie in the 34 Thomas Enges Sim Racing going through to the next round of the shootout qualifying. Ellie Debons, Eric Del Fante, Yuri Petchenko, Rafael Malio, Michael Tauscher, Luke Whitehead. You've also got Dominic Koroshavin, Antonio Fedeli and Jaro Hoffman in the GT3s. And then it's Michael Romagnoli, Adam Spansky, Jan-Philipp Nürnberger. You've got Luciano Fitvoigt, Kieran Prendergast, Fabrizio Campanella, and I think you've also got Daniel Brunschitz and Jan-Marcel Dietrich all going through to that as well. Jack Olivier, Bailey Thompson, and I think Vili Seinkeren, if my math is correct, is going to be the final one in that 10 to go through to the shootout. So, again, we've done the first part of qualifying. Now it's going to be a top 10 shootout between the GT3s and the GT4s. They're all going to be on track at the same time. Now, if we thought that space management was difficult enough during the first part of qualifying, this is going to be chaos.
Yeah, both GT3s and GT4s out on the track at the same time. It's going to be a bit of a struggle, but with 4.3 miles, they should, like keyword, should be able to find some open space on the track. Now, of course, when you're talking to racing drivers, you've heard the saying, discretion is the better part of valor. That sometimes is not quite in their vocabulary. One thing, though, I did want to also mention, for the next Neo racing driver, the Jan-Philipp Nürnberger, pulling home a P3 there in the GT4s. Now, they've had a very rough championship up to this point. They finished P7 in the first race, DNF in the second, and here in the third, well, a P3 in the podium, that could be a bit of a promising result for the 111.
It could be, and I'm just noticing that the cars are going out here. Now, I'm not sure how this is going to work, because it still says that we've got 7 minutes of qualifying left to go here, and yeah, I'm a little bit confused with that, because obviously they should be getting around about 10 minutes. They get around about, I think it's 3 laps maximum to do this, and you can see some of the GT3s just immediately trying to get past those GT4s. My goodness me, this is going to be a chaotic lap there. You can see Jeffrey Ritchie there for Thomas Engis Sim Racing in the number 34 McLaren, of course, racing on behalf of Formula Racing League. And again, as we said, it is all about those communities. That is what this champion is for. Fine that we've got amazing drivers, and it's great that we've got fantastic teams taking part, but it really is all about celebrating the fantastic communities that we have here in the sim racing world, and that is what the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals has always been about. Right, I get the feeling we're going to have to work with what we've got here, because we've got 6 minutes left to go in qualifying, and they can't add on time. They can't magically add on time here, so yeah, this is going to be a rapid shootout for this qualifying here. But as we said, as always, very good afternoon to everyone, to Frubo, to Proxy joining us in on the chat as well, Miguel Amarim saying thank you for the stream, you're very welcome. Mike Cortez says good morning from Clarksville, Tennessee. Domenico Perperuta says vamos, and Genesis OG, which is obviously the Genesis esports team, saying let's go Tariq. I think he could have channeled some of that energy a little bit earlier on, because Tariq Adam from Genesis esports obviously not going to be taking part in this final top 10 shootout. But 5 minutes left to go then. I guess they'll probably get maybe 3 laps in here. Mike, this is going to be very sketchy indeed.
Yeah, they should have time for 3 laps total. Now, the drivers at the end are going to be getting maybe a little bit more of a disadvantage, but that is going to be the struggle, of course. Now, do you separate yourself? Do you back off the pack? And do you get your own little clean air? Or do you try to go for 3 laps instead? Maybe get held up on one of them? You never know, as you can see behind. That is not quite how you want to start your qualifying from the 2 drivers, the McLaren and the Ferrari there, where you're basically bumper to bumper heading on into it. That's never going to work out for at least one of the drivers in qualifying. Hopefully it does. You know, of course, if the driver is faster in front, you never know. But here with 4 minutes left to go, this is going to be a very tight qualifying and a sprint shootout sort of deal all the way for pole position here. And this is going to be one of the most important qualifyings that some of these drivers have taken part in as well.
100%. I would say it's probably the most important qualifying of the season that we've had, given how tightly the championship is on a knife edge right now, and given that you know, the whole idea of this is if they get a 7-minute session, they get a maximum of 3 laps, including their out laps. So they have to hope that they don't mess any of those laps up, because they'll have 2 laps to set the times on just now, because they'll obviously get another flying lap immediately after this one. So 3.5 minutes left to go, and those GT3 times are going to come in rapid style fairly shortly. This is Adam Spansky though for Apex 1 Racing in that number 10 car, racing for the Sim Zone. They are currently seconds in the GT4 Championship. They are fighting down that 204 car in front of them, the Absolute Motorsport Acelid Pro GT4 car, racing on behalf of the QRT esports community. And again, they now cannot afford any mistakes. You cannot take any chances now with this qualifying. You have to make sure that that you make this stick, given how often and how much points are on offer in this final round here.
Absolutely, and we're following here with Yara Petrochenko, currently in P4, and now for a BMW. I know we were talking about that 1.9 update, of course, one of the best updates to ever hit ACC. Had a massive effect on certain cars. The BMW was one of the cars that didn't quite get the massive benefit that we saw. In fact, this was one of the best cars beforehand, and ever since, been a bit of a struggle. Tonight, though, for Petrochenko, clearly not much of a struggle. P4 all the way, in 4/10 off of the pace, also with Michael Romanelli in P29 overall, P1 in the standings here for the GT4s, as he's going to be finishing his lap up coming now through the bus stop chicane.
Certainly is. So again, you see him taking that wide line because he wants to maximise the amount of speed that he takes into this last lap of qualifying that he is going to get though. But Eric Delfante then still on pole position with a 2:14.452 ahead of Jeffrey Ritchie there. So the GT3's changing ever so slightly. That was a hell of a lap just put in there from Eric Delfante in that 179 car. For the Italian job ITJ setups. And again, I'm not seeing the big championship names that I was expecting to see at this stage, and this is now going to be sort of crunch time, I think, for the likes of Michael Tauscher in that 14 Unicorns of Love car, and for the likes of Luke Whitehead in that 55 Veloci Vex car just now, because at the end of the day, for the GT3 championship, they're 1 and 2 right now. They need to be kind of pushing up a little bit harder. Otherwise, you're going to be leaving yourself open to getting caught up in that absolute gaggle of cars in the mid-pack.
Most certainly, and also to be said there for that pole position, we just caught it at the end, or excuse me, rather the attempt for the pole position from Adam Spansky. He finished that lap 75 thousandths off of the pace there of the driver in front. So it's going to be a tight shootout in the GT4s. We're not seeing such tight times, though, in the GT3s, actually. Quite a large separation, it is to be said, for our top 5 especially. Now, beyond that, we can see P6 and 7 separated by just a few milliseconds. And also, though, as you were mentioning, Luke Whitehead in P8.
Yeah, that is a real turn-up for me, as we're seeing Jero Hoffman here in that stunning Revolt 808 McLaren coming across the line for Low Fuel Motorsport. That, for me, gets one of the best liveries. Right, huge lap times coming in as Eric Delfante is absolutely crushing qualifying right now, and I mean with a capital C. We've got a new pole position time, 2:14.225. There goes Rafael Malio taking second position, so it's a McLaren lockout from 1 to 5 just now. Malio with a 2:14.685, still only 4/10 of a second off the pace of Eric Delfante, but what a qualifying from Delfante there in that 179 Italian job ITJ setups car to get 4/10 of a second as Fabrizio Campanella comes across the line. He goes up to P3 in qualifying. That's a stellar improvement there for the GT4s. Next, Neon Racing's Jan-Philipp Nürnberger has got just 2 corners left to go here. Romagnoli is not going to improve on his time, but we need to see what Adam Spansky is going to do on his final lap as well. Philip Nürnberger comes out that final corner, power slides it out, loses a little bit of time there, and improves his time slightly, but not enough to take any other positions there. Daniel Brunschitz here for Ontario Torpedo Attack across the line then, and that is a fantastic lap there, but again not enough to take, well actually that's a lie, he jumps up another 2 positions, takes position from Kieran Prendergast and from Bailey Thompson to jump up into P8 I believe on the grid. So qualifying done, dusted, it's in the books, a lot of dust to settle there. And looking at our championship contenders, Luke Whitehead down in P7 and then the number 14 of Michael Tauscher in P9. That is an absolute shockwave, I think, for the championship.
Yeah, I don't think anyone could have really predicted that, as we are going to be having to see a big recovery drive here in Spa. I will say, out of all of the tracks to have a recovery drive, this is probably the track to do so. One of your easiest overtaking opportunities, of course, being down the Kemmel Straight into the Lacombe chicane, just having to outbrake your opponent. Outside line, inside line, both are favorable, to be honest. It's all about the confidence, and I was going to say the aggression. Let's hope we don't see too much of that. But the aggression as well. You do need to be a little elbows out. Of course, none of these drivers are going to hand you the position. You're going to have to take it with both hands.
You absolutely are. You absolutely are. And I'm looking at the point standings for the championship. 62 points, I believe it is, that is going to be on offer here. So that honestly does put a lot of cars in contention here. We've seen how disaster can strike. It is not out of the question for a car to score no points whatsoever and have to retire from the race. It can happen to anyone. So really, there is just so much to kind of pick the bones out of for that qualifying and for the race as well. And this is going to be absolutely mega. Turning our attention though to the GT4s here. Michael Romagnoli taking that pole position there, Mike. Absolute Motorsport Acelith Pro GT4 in the lead of the championship for QRT Esports and doing everything absolutely to the dotted line that they needed to do in this final round here.
Still, I can't get over how close that finish was in the GT4s when it comes to the times. There was less than a tenth of a second separating the top 2 and the top 3 not too far away. So in terms of the battling ahead, I know we saw a bit of a split field for the GT3 field, and on paper, that obviously looks like we're not going to be seeing too much action. Now, don't let that count anything out, because of course, anything can happen in racing, and it normally does. But one thing, looking at it on paper, again, for the GT4s, I am licking my lips at what is going to be ahead of us for that GT4 field.
And just to mention something that was actually pointed out on our YouTube chat there, Sim Racing Collective having a fantastic outing today. Mostly I was looking at the likes of Luciano Fitvoit in that number 16 Cool Shark Racing. He's representing them as well in 3rd position in that Alpine. That was a stellar performance, and yeah, it'd be great to see how they do. And the thing is that obviously these championships, these communities, you know, they've got a vested interest in that. They want to be in here. They want to be cheering their team on, their drivers on, and enjoying what is going to be a absolutely fantastic race. Certainly, like we are up here in the commentary box with just a couple of minutes to go before we head down to the grid. Genesis saying that from 12th place to a podium, easy game, easy life. Well, we'll see what Tariq Adam is able to do. We know he's a very talented driver behind the wheel. Of course, not just Tariq behind the wheel. He's sharing that car with Cody Sherritt and Luke Addison. I wouldn't put it past them. I'm very fortunate to be able to commentate on their community race that they have on a Wednesday, and the Genesis lot are like ridiculous. John Rectalo saying let's go Revolt. I've got to agree with you, that 808 looks absolutely stunning, racing for Low Fuel Motorsport. Behind the wheel, Yarrow Hoffman, Corbin Benke and Brandon Reyes on there. And then Miguel Amarellim saying Rafael PT, presumably referring to Rafael behind the wheel, getting that fantastic 3rd place in qualifying. Good afternoon even to Sim Garage and to Brew Moti as well. As we said, admin pointing out, who do you want to hear? Who do you want to be cheering on today? Who are you supporting today? What communities are getting your vote here ahead of the Grand Finals? Okay, so the time for talk is almost over here. Again, I can imagine, Mike, a lot of pressure, a lot of last-minute conversations going on with the drivers, going on with their teams, maybe, you know, whoever's responsible for setup and you know, the strategy here. What could be left to done? What more can be done ahead of a 3-hour race, do you think?
I think at this point the drivers have done all they can do. Of course, we've had so much racing to lead up to this one, and the teams, a lot of these drivers, not only have they just had great chemistry in general with the other teams on the field, but of course, they've gotten to know their teammates. They've had 36 hours of racing leading up to this championship that we're in here. Of course, the road to the Grand Finals throughout all 10 communities that you see at the bottom of your screens. Every single one of them hosted their own road, 36 hours all the way to where we are currently. And all the practice you can put in practice lap after lap after lap, but at the end of the day, when the pressure's on, we're here at the end. This is the final race of the Grand Finals. I think it's a lot of this just to have fun, and that's one thing that we often have, of course, is a community race. We often forget in sim racing that we are here at the end of the day, not to win, well, maybe to win, but to have fun mostly.
On that note, we know that it's a heated affair, Mike, and it's not something that I want to see happen. But being realistic, we need to get YouTube's input on this as well. How many murder death kills do we think we're going to see going into La Source today?
Well, into La Source, we're not going to see too many, of course, because we are.
Of course, yeah, because it's still under. Yeah. Right, so Eau Rouge then and Radion.
Yes, into the Eau Rouge Radion complex. Now that you never know. You hope to see the best, of course. Although we're going to have 48 drivers flat out at the start of this race, every single one of them wanting to make up positions. And that's typically the recipe for disaster. Of course, at Spa, there's plenty of overtaking opportunities in a 3-hour race. I think patience is going to be your friend. I think waiting for it, not trying to win the race in the first corner, but they're maybe trying to win a little bit later on is going to be the best strat.
Well, that is what we are going to have to wait and see how that all pans out. But the race is just moments away. The server is getting itself sorted out, and all the drivers and teams are getting themselves sorted out as well. And it's going to be very, very interesting to see what we have got ourselves in store for. Of course, a 3-hour race round Spa to finish off the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals. I think it's a fitting end. It's an iconic track. It's been an iconic championship. And it's just fantastic to see this is how it's going to end itself off. So, Mike, again, Spa itself is a wonderful, wonderful track here. With the fact that we've got over 4 miles of track here that the drivers have got to get to. It's plenty wide for the drivers to be able to get round, but it's also challenging enough to cause them some real headaches as well.
Yeah, a bit of a wide track as well. Of course, there is a good opportunity to, if there is a collision, avoid it. I always like to give benefit of the doubt to the drivers, and we're in a field here with drivers who, let's just say that as it is, they all know how to drive. Every single one of these drivers is ridiculously talented in their own right. This is a field full of superstars, to be completely honest, and a field full of future superstars as well. And I'm really just excited to see what we have here on the card. As we head down into the practice session here, you can see the cars just lapping around, some of the beautiful liveries and the effort that these drivers and teams have put in over the past few months, and just to bring it to once again where we are here tonight.
Well, on that note, actually, since we've got a little bit of time that we can mess about with just now, I want to see if we can get our broadcast producer to get some beautiful up-close shots of those cars, because like you said, the liveries, the effort that has gone into the liveries this year is absolutely fantastic. I've got to say, I'm liking this one, a little bit more light-hearted from Alexander Stritsenko and the rest of the 133 team, Eugene Vinogradov and Rodion Usmanov in that F1 Memes Racing team, GT4. They're racing, of course, for VGTR. We're seeing Dominic Koroshavin. I love this. The Digiforce number 15 outfit. Behind the wheel, Pavlo Polovchuk and Konstantin Romanenko in that McLaren. That looks the business for me.
It most certainly does. And that's also one thing I just kind of thought of that we haven't really touched on. Of course, we have our championship fight. We have our 10 teams as well. But we have more than just our championship fight. We have 48 drivers, not just drivers, 48 teams in this race here tonight. 49, in fact, into this race. And credit to all of these drivers once again just for sticking it out, being with each other. And it's so much fun. I gotta say, big shout out as well to the SimGrid /VCO or SimGrid and VCO for putting on this event. You guys are amazing. Shout out to all the production teams behind, and shout out to chat as well. I see we got some chat members. We have Isaac from Spain. We have Miguel as well down in the chat. Welcome, Roland. Oh, hold on. that's David now that I think about it. But also just welcome everyone. Hope you're having a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning wherever you are in this fine world. As we just wait here before we get on into the session, of course, the drivers just putting in their final bits of practice before the gloves come off.
I need to know who Sim Garage is. What is this? I'm liking the love. It's fantastic. It's making me feel a little bit uneasy, I'll be honest. But either way, Dom Healy in the Wild Things Colex GG machine. Is it still Colex GG? That's certainly how they've been known any other time in that number 79 card. As I look to the it is by Colex.gg, and yeah, loving it. And Mike, are you seeing this in the YouTube chat? I'm a little bit confused, but yeah, I'll be honest. It's I'm taking every single moment of it. But that Wild Things Racing by Colex.gg. They're a team very, very close to the heart of the SimGrids. I know that obviously a lot of work gets done by the fantastic graphic design team for the SimGrid here as well. It's great to see that everybody kind of keeps a toe in and keeps themselves involved there. But behind the wheel of that one, Patrick Sodakai, Dom Healy and Sakari Leitonen for QRT Esports. So the cars about 5 minutes away from getting onto the grid just now, and I'm pretty sure I just saw somebody into I did. We've got pole sitter Eric Delfante in for a quick chat with us. He'll be able to come in and say hello and get us up to speed with there. But again, I'd be very curious as to hear what he has got to say for himself. But let's see, we can go. There we go, I'll bring him in. Eric, congratulations on pole position. That was a hell of a lap there. What's your thoughts for the race ahead?
Yes, I think maybe my best lap around Spa. So I'm really happy the lap. And don't know, for the race we try to keep P1. We know it's difficult, but we try. We have a really fast car, so we will see.
Now, given the championship and how busy it's been, did you surprise yourself getting that top spot?
No, I know the car is really fast at Spa, but maybe it's not my best track, so a bit surprised from the gap, but really happy.
And obviously you're racing as part of the Italian Job ITJ setups. Tell us a little bit about the team and the community that you're racing for today for Formula Racing League.
We are an Italian team and a very, very familiar team, but also professional. And I have to thank them for preparing the setups of the car. It's great, so yeah, we will see in the race what we can do.
Well, exactly. Best of luck. Thank you very much for coming and joining us, Eric,
Thanks,
for
guys.
a very quick chat, and enjoy the race.
Thanks.
So there we go then. Eric Delfante there, Mike. Short, sharp, to the point, as I'm presuming is going to be their race strategy today.
Yeah, sounds calm. That's one thing I noticed. A lot of the times you can hear some eagerness in the voice of the drivers. Very, very calm, very cool and collected there. Definitely just wanting to, very confident with the car. I think that is the biggest thing I took out of that. Very happy with the car, very happy with the team, and that is the recipe for a race win here tonight.
Certainly is. And obviously just a couple of minutes to go before we head out onto the grids, and it's a really important part, this sort of pre-race warm-up, isn't it? Because it's a last chance for the drivers to get back out there on track, maybe just settle down after what was a hectic qualifying session and get themselves back used to the car. And obviously for drivers that have done qualifying and maybe not going to take that initial seat during the start, which is very few. I think most of the drivers are going to be doing that, if not all of them. But also, again, with the changing conditions here, as it's, you know, the likes of 10 in the morning in sim time, you know, it gets them used to how the track is currently feeling at that point, doesn't it?
Yeah, it most certainly does. Now, that's honestly a pretty good question, because as myself, I actually like to wait in the pits. You know, I like to just kind of sit around and take my time, get that, you know, the pre-race nerves out. Now, obviously, when you're out on track, you forget about that. So that is also probably a good coping mechanism for some drivers. But as we wait here before we head on into the actual race session, of course, the drivers all going to be lapping around. We're going to take some beautiful views here of the Spa countryside. And David, like we were saying and alluding to, the build up, the hype here for this race, 49 cars on the field with all of these teams. This is just, I'm speechless. I mean, I'm honestly, it's so exciting to see all of this. I cannot wait for what's about to happen, the 3 hours ahead of us. This is, everybody buckle your seatbelts, because this is going to be so thrilling.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic journey to get here as well. We started, you know, way back at the end of summer, where we had those qualifying championships run by the individual communities, and then both myself and you, Mike, were on for the GT4 playoff, the 2 hours of Imola. That was the final GT4 qualifying spots that were up for grabs before we started fully at the beginning of November. A month ago, 11th of November, we did the 3 hours of Silverstone. Then we did the 6 hours of Watkins Glen 2 weeks later, and then today we're doing the grand final of the grand finals here by SimGrid and VCO. And again, great to see another championship being run by these two behemoths in the sim racing world. You know, both SimGrid and VCO doing a lot of work wherever they can, behind the scenes and in the public eye, to really kind of bring something fresh, bring something new to the sim racing world. And, you know, VCO, the one thing you could never call them is stale. They never want to try and stick to just what is around. They want to try and bring something brand new to the entirety of the sim racing world, and we are very much a better place for it. That's the time for talking over, because we have got 2 minutes before the crowd, the gaggle of waiting machinery get out and unleashed here at Spa. So let's take you through the grid then, because on pole position, Eric Del Fante in the lead there, ahead of Jeffrey Ritchie. That's the front row. 2 McLarens on there, and then you've got another 2 McLarens. Ellie Debons in 3rd position, Yarrow Hoffman in the 808 Revolt car in 4th position. It's Yuri Petrochenko in the 110 Vipperman Racing GT3 ahead of Luke Whitehead in that Veloci Vexed car. Then it's the 15 Ukraine Digital Force in the 7th position. 8th position is going to go to Nicholas Hubin in the Unicorns of Love car. 9th place is going to go to Ragioli Racing Cube Controls, and then 10th place at the moment is going to be the 799 RCI Esports GT3 car. Tariq Adam for Genesis Esports is in 11th position, and then it's the 22 of Rocket Sim Sport in 12th position as well. In 13th position is the 23 car of Clean Racing Finland. And then Marco Bischoff alongside in the 717 Sprout Racing in 14th position. We'll have to speed up a little bit, so we'll just get through them. Patrick Sodakai Eskelpith is on row 8. Row 9 is going to be Marco Lomi and Chico Lentvar in row 9. Row 10 is going to be Renato Dornelles and Roy Nunez. Row 11, James de Havilland alongside Charlie Booth. Row 12 is going to be Eugene Goncharik alongside Matteo Ferri. Lucian Shiniki in 25th position alongside Christophe Samin on row 13. Row 14 is going to be Usloin alongside Sophie Ronwin, and then at the back of the GT3s, Simone Iezza after that penalty for the absolute res tech by a Salith team. On to the GT4s then, and in the lead of the GT4s, Michael Romagnoli, your championship leader for Absolute Motorsport Acelith Pro GT4. He is out front and in charge alongside that QRT esports community. And then it is going to be the number 10 of Krzysztof Maskowski for Apex 1. 1 and 2 in the championship are 1 and 2 on the grid. Cody Crossford in the number 16 Cool Shark Racing car is in 3rd position. And then the number 12 Raguoli Racing GT4 is in 4th position. It's then the 111 of Jan-Philipp Nürnberger in 5th position for Next Neon Racing. 6th position is Maxime Chassé in the 333 car for Virtual Drivers by TX3. Jan-Marcel Dietrich in the 211 is up next in the Wipperman Racing car in P7. P8 is going to be Rafael Statchak. Regan Mitchell in the number 62 Brabham Esports powered by Eau Rouge. And then you've got Nico Vildman in the 252 2S Esports car in 10th position. And as I said, Jan-Marcel Dietrich in that Wipperman Racing car is in the top 10 as well. Outside of the top 10 then, you have got Ville Sinkinen in 40th position, Andreas Borchers in 41st, Christopher Streppen in 42nd, Nick Babin in 43rd, then you've got Mikael Sundstrom in 44th, 45th is Eugene Vinogradov, and then in the Maserati, one of the few non-Alpines, Lucas Sicola in the 46th position, Ricardo Rivera in the 47th, and then Toby Error in 48th, 49th position, Igor Simonov. We've almost got a 50-car grid for the final race of the season. And I'm going to need about a week to lie down after that grid here, Mike.
Yes, indeed, David. But my goodness, of course, that is not just all of the racers in this lobby. There is 49 cars on the grid, but that is not obvious. That is not showing the true amount of effort that goes behind it. Of course, each one of these teams have 3 drivers behind the wheel, well, at some point, that will be taking part. And it is a massive community effort to make all of this work. Of course, you're scheduling with your teammates, you're scheduling with your community, trying to get all of this. I know it's sometimes here, and for a lot of the North American drivers, it's a bit of a early one. And so it's very nice to see everyone out there here. 49 cars. As I said, 3 people a team, plenty of action ahead of us. 3 hours on the clock. Starting the race at 6 o'clock p.m. Track temperature about 15 degrees, so we're almost in that happy hour. We're a little bit cold, actually. So the driver is going to have to be getting that heat into the tires. Very crucial. Get your core temperatures up, get your brake temperatures up, as it's going to be quite the long run before you reach that heavy braking zone into the Lacombe chicane. Of course, we skip turn 1 here in GT Racing. Heading down towards the Kemmel Straight will be our green flag.
It certainly will be. And on that note as well, with the fact that we've got a 3-hour race ahead of us, this warm-up lap is going to be massively crucial. We've seen before in races where you can get a massive jump just timing that start to perfection, and at the moment it's all about mind games. It's all about getting into the head of the opponent in front of you, 2 cars in front of you, 3 cars in front of you, almost being a mind reader, knowing when they are going to put that foot down and knowing where they are strong and knowing where they are weak here at the wonderful Spa-Francorchamps. Maybe not so much for the GT4s, because they really have to rely on their momentum to do the passes here, but for the GT3s, watch for some big moves early on by the likes of Luke Whitehead and Michael Tauscher. They absolutely must do that, because they have got so many cars that are going to be scoring huge points ahead of the race here today. But as I said, that is all by the by. That is all into the books of history, because 3 hours here of Spa-Francorchamps, the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals Round 3, the final rounds of the championship, is about to get underway. And what I've loved in my journey through sim racing and commentary, Mike, is that I don't get myself too worked up for this final chicane like I always used to do. I would always get myself, and they're like to level 11 at this point, and then remember that of course it's on the run down. So for those that are new to Spa, I'm not sure how you could possibly be new to Spa, but the start line basically is on the other side of La Source. So you go round La Source and then it's on the run down to Eau Rouge and Radion. But the finish line is where they have just crossed now. But here we go, around that first corner. We are getting ready to go green. Eric Delfanti takes charge of the field. It's then Richie in second place. This is going to be one for the ages, ladies and gentlemen. Jeffrey Ritchie in a drag race. It's McLaren row 1, row 2, as the final round of the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals is just about to get underway. Green flag and we are racing. Great start from Eric Delfanti, Jeffrey Ritchie alongside, but have a look at Ellie Depont trying to keep it. It's all line astern then. The four McLarens get going. It's chaos behind, but we have got a group of 15 cars, all survived Eau Rouge, all survived Radion. I can't say the same for everyone out. We're fanning 3 wide. We're going to go 4 wide down the Kemmel Straight here, Mike. Are they going to survive into Lake Hume?
That is the question as we see a GT3 there onto the inside of the Ferrari. GT4 is getting involved as well. This is our race leader, Michael Romanelli, currently taking it, and there's cars off into the grass there, parking it for a nice little picnic momentarily. We're 4 wide through Lecombe. Now that is going to be absolute chaos and carnage, and it most certainly is. Car around there. That was an Alpine, not sure who, having a bit of a pirouette. Side by side, we're resuming though with Jack Oliver as we head into Bruel. Now through No Name, Derek Defonte has lost the lead of this race. Jeffrey Ritchie has taken it at the start. The Italian job drops a position at the very beginning here. Ellie Debon, in P3 behind, chasing down as well, but has pressure from Luke Whitehead. Luke Whitehead, who has made up a load of positions as well on this first lap, David.
Certainly has, and wow, what a start to this race. So Michael Romagnoli then, I believe, is down in P31 overall, but obviously we have to keep an eye on what that means for the GT4 class. You've got a car going very, very, very hot there into that long sweeping right-hander, but Romagnoli in an absolute charge. So I think Romagnoli's actually down to second place. I think that might be Krzysztof Maskowski that has the lead of the GT4s. We'll double check on that when they all come round and they sort themselves out just now. But what a start to the GT4s. It's just been absolutely fantastic stuff to watch here. But here comes Fabrizio Campanella for Ragioli Racing SimGrid VCO. It's a fight for the GT4s just now. You've got a McLaren GT3 trying to undo all of their hard work just now. So Campanella is in the lead of the GT4s at the moment. That is a turn up for the books. Jeffrey Ritchie takes the lead back there. They're fighting side by side at the front of the field there. Delfanti back down into P2 as Michael Teicher goes wide at La Source, loses positions left, right and centre. That's going to hand it over to Daniel Koroshavin there in the number 15 Ukraine Digital Force car. This is unbelievable action, although fairly tidy at the start of it, barring all that nonsense with the tail end of the GT3s into the GT4s. And Koroshavin now under pressure from that Rocket Sim Sport car. Have a look at Rafael Malio as they go along side by side on the Kemmel Straight. It's going to be last and late breakers here into Lake Hume. Again, side by side there with Petrochenko as well. You've got off into the distance. Rafael Malio gets it all wrong. I didn't see whether there was contact there, but that could have just as easily been clipping the curb on the inside there. And that is going to be that for Ukraine Digital Force. They will get going again, but that number 15 is going to drop down outside of the top 10.
That is massive, and I think there might have been a brief little contact, but I think the Ukraine Digital Force maybe kind of did that to themselves on that, but it's definitely going to be down to the stewards. Of course, we have live stewarding here. Massive shout out to them. Also, I would give my right leg to see that overtake that Michael Romanelli had at the end of that last lap into the bus stop chicane onto Fabrizio Campanella, because my goodness, Fabrizio dropped 3 positions in one corner after getting sent by Michael, and that send from Michael was so clean. We're currently riding along with Luke Whitehead, trying to go through the Fangnas now. You can see that outside line. He is just trying to take any alternate line he possibly can to make any sort of move. Now, Sector 3, this is going to be the tight, twisty, windy sector. Not too many overtaking opportunities to present themselves, but as we go flat out all the way now down towards Blanchimont, this is where one of the biggest overtaking opportunities is going to unfold into the bus stop chicane. The number 55 in the chase here has the slipstream. Can he tuck to that outside? The outside line is going to be where you want to be. He's going to check to the inside, but no, backs out to the racing line and is going to have to try again another time.
Change the lead for the GT4s then. Something has happened to Fabrizio Campanella, now back down in 4th position for GT4s. This is the overtake that you wanted there. My goodness me, that 204 of Romagnoli, like candy from a baby, just sends it round the outside there. And fantastic move. So Romagnoli back in the lead of the GT4s. Adam Spansky just behind at the moment as Timur Shalukin having a huge moment in that 348, and he is going down the order just now, but the car's going up through Radion for the second time of asking just now. Eric Delfanti giving all of the pressure they possibly can to Jeffrey Ritchie. So Ritchie in the lead of this race just now. Ely Debons is still trying to hold firmly onto the back of this, and we've only done 5 minutes of this race right now. My attention is firmly locked on Luke Whitehead just now, because remember, that's the championship battle right there with Yuri Petrochenko and Mikhail Tauscher in that 5th, 6th and 7th spot just now. We've got yellow flags as there's chaos and carnage involved in the 500 and the 67 as well. So that is going to be the 67 Armenterio Torpedo Attack car and the 500 Forza Italia PLE racing car at the top of Origin Radio, and that is a different car. That's the 20 car, the RNL Roar car, driven by SKLP David Cesar and Yannick Meister for Trackalicious there, Mike.
Such a shame, I gotta say. The RNL Roar team, they are such great guys. David Cesar in particular, an amazing guy. Hate to see him down in that sort of position. Very quick driver as well. But as we have it, of course, currently looking at Eric DeFonte, this is the battle for the lead. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I hope at least, well, I hope these two are battling it, but I'm pretty sure Eric and Jeffrey are going to be working together at this stage to try to pull away as much as they can from Ellie. Ellie's going to try to stay in that slipstream as the top three have pulled away by about 2.5 seconds to Brandon Rees. Brandon, though, he currently has absolutely no breathing room whatsoever, as there is a bumper, or a hole being rubbed in that rear bumper right now by Luke Whitehead. Luke checking that inside line, once again keeping it on his massive send down into the bus stop chicane, but is that too late on the brakes? Yes, that's way too late on the brakes. And Luke Whitehead gonna have to concede that position back to Brandon Rees as they go back for the scrap, and that is gonna be the BMW now from behind, trying to put pressure on, have a looking into the first corner. But David, this racing, anywhere you look, it seems we have side-by-side action.
It certainly is, and the other thing is that is very uncharacteristic for Luke Whitehead. He's normally a very stable, cool-headed driver, and that was almost a desperate move. He had the run on Brandon Rees, no question about it, but you were never ever getting that Lamborghini stopped going into the chicane like that, and now he's under huge pressure with Yuri Petrochenko and also Michi Tauscher just behind in that 7th place car. Tauscher having a look along the Kemmel Straight there, has to pull out of it there as well, as the BMW thinks better of it, and now Brandon Rees can say, yeah, thanks very much, I'm just going to try and go and catch up to Ailey Debons. I don't think that's going to happen here, because we saw that that was never going to happen. Let's take a replay then of what he tried to do. So he was in the slipstream here going into the chicane, pulls out at the last minute, and you're never ever ever getting that car stopped there. And to be quite honest, he's lucky that he didn't lose control there, but again I think he did get away with that, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely, and honestly, credit there to Debon for managing to, for Brandon for managing to avoid that. You can see he kept it straight longer than he would have liked, just to avoid the, well, charging bull heading down the inside there, ready to head into the A-pillar of his car, and managing to just slip on by, outbrake himself, and not going to really hurt or help anyone for the most part. But back here, looking at Adam Spansky, this is for P1, all over the rear bumper. I know I said before that P1 and 2, they might be working together. This does not look like working together here for me, David.
Oh yeah, no, not a chance. Not for the GT4s. I think GT3s they might be working together, but for GT4s, no. This is 100% championship points that are on the go right now, because obviously Apex One wanting to get that position from your championship leaders just now. So we'll keep an eye on that. I did also notice, unfortunately, that was Dom Healy going into pit lane for Wild Things Racing by Colex.gg. That car might have had some early damage. They're going to be trying to recover through the early stages of this 3-hour race, the final rounds of the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals here live on the SimGrid's channels and on the VCO channels, simulcast in real time. Dave Christie here on the microphone, along with my very good buddy Mike Nice on the comms, and it is an ungodly hour for you, Mike. What's that, 5:30 in the morning just now?
Yeah, it has just crested over 5:30.
Sorry, I didn't mean to remind you there.
Thank you, appreciate you reminding me how tired I am, yes. A little early for me over on the west coast of America, but massive shout out. Hope everyone's having a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are in this fine world, as it is, I know, you about noon, or no, it's what, 3 o'clock for you, the GMT time, if I'm not mistaken?
1:30 p.m.
1:30, okay.
Is with all the BST and GMT and whatever time zone we've decided that we're going to be on this week.
So, nice afternoon there for the Euros joining us. Welcome, everybody. welcome. As of course, I'm from over the pond, Mike Noss, and yes, here to provide some action or some commentary as we watch here Eric DeFonte in the three-way scrap that isn't much of a scrap right now. More of a bit of a charge here for these three just trying to go. As we take a look at a replay here, this is the number 20 car coming through the Eau Rouge Radion complex. Whoa! My goodness! Massive moment. Almost held it. It's to be said there. Almost held it. But the key word there for David was almost, and David Cesar, that is. Not, sorry, David Christie, of course. Yes, David. That was a very unfortunate moment, as you can see. As I like to say, that's a bit of a milking the cow moment, just where constant seesawing of the wheel to try to save it, but no avail there for the RNL Roar.
I mean, the fact that he held it on for so long is an absolute credit. But I mean, it's one of those cases of yes, oh God, no, straight into the wall, and that is huge damage for that car, so that will be a long time in the pits here. Meanwhile, this is such a story developing here right now. Luke Whitehead down there in P5, and you've got to say that as much as he was charging, as much as he wanted to try and force his way past Brandon Reyes in that fourth place just now, it doesn't look like that Lambo has the raw pace now just now, because he's also got that BMW sticking with him. You've got Michael Tauscher in there as well. It could be strategy. He could just be doing what needs to be done just now. You can see that top three at just about 3 seconds off into the distance. My concern is with the fact you've got Michael Tauscher behind, you've got Rafael Mayo. Actually, wait, what? How have we still got Malio in 8th position? He spun the car and was facing into sideways at Lecom. So fantastic to see Rafael still up there in P8, recovering very quickly from that one, as Henrik Gamble up there in P9 as well. He'll be trying to catch up to the back of that group very shortly as well. So fascinating little 4-car battle, 5-car battle almost that we've got here for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th position. But again, on that note as well, when we look back to the GT4s, that fight is getting very fighty indeed. Just 0.4 of a second, 0.3 of a second. And again, Spansky looks like he wants his position. But I wonder, I mean, if he's this close, surely he has the run coming up the Kemmel Straight there, but he's not able to do anything with it. So maybe the two of them are just deciding to hold things out here. Let's have a look at the start then, as this was the start of the race then for our McLaren in the lead. Eric Delfante again absolutely nailed it to perfection there, had a great run, but it was also a fantastic run on alongside for Jeffrey Ritchie. So again, it's going to be the Kemmel Straight. This is where Ritchie is going to have made all that that time in that golden position here. He's right onto the back bumper of Eric Delfante, and this is what we missed just going into Lecom here. Is it going to be a bold, ballsy move here from Jeffrey Ritchie? It's going to have to be. Yeah, late break, just purely around the outside there. Very fortunate, and actually, I'm not sure how I feel about that, Mike. Maybe a little bit too close to the inside of the corner there, as Spansky has taken the lead of GT4s. So Adam Spansky gets the job done while we were watching that replay there. Michael Romagnoli, and this is absolutely huge for the championship here.
You blink and you miss it, it turns out. Adam Spansky, nicely done, though, onto the overtake there, taking P1 for the GT4 class over Michael Romanoli here. But yeah, that was, we're going to catch a little replay of it real quick, or this replay of the start here for the GT4 field to see how their start ended. We're currently riding on here. We can see as we head down the hill, Adam Spansky all over the back there of Michael Romanoli, but Michael with a smashing start. You can see the indecision and the hesitation as you have a 3-wide wall ahead of you with absolutely nowhere to go. Now that is a terrifying prospect for Michael. He does manage to, the GT4 is actually extremely tame. I think they were more just trying to predict what was going to happen up ahead with the GT3 field. Luckily, not too much carnage there, a little bit, but nothing that anyone couldn't handle. Adam Spansky, though, the number 10 Apex 1 car, takes the lead of this race at the 2-hour and 45-minute mark. And what a job so far it has been. We'll see here, can Adam walk away? That will be the question. Currently already pulling about half a second over Michael. So the pace there for the number 10 Apex 1. As we look back up here to the field of the GT3s, though, the McLaren dominant top 3. they're currently walking away by a good margin.
They certainly are. So the McLaren's absolutely away with it right now. So you've got Brandon Reyes is the leader of another little fight there. You've got Luke Whitehead in there. Michael Tauscher now has got ahead of Yuri Petrochenko. So Tauscher's been unleashed. So this is interesting for the championship nonetheless here. Let's have a look at this overtake then. This is how the position was done and dusted. So the Acelith car goes wide and late on the brakes into Lecombe there. You can see Spansky all over the back end of that Acelith Motorsport GT4 car like a rush. Gets the run in. That was a beautiful, beautiful setup there. And he's just going to roll off the brakes and take that position. Great, respectful driving though from both of those cars, because at the end of the day, it takes two to tango there, and you have to allow that position to actually happen.
You know, I always like to say side-by-side racing is one of the most thrilling feelings on the planet. I don't think there's anything, even in sim racing compared to real-life racing, someone who's done both, the feeling is still there when you're racing side-by-side with someone putting your full trust into their hands, and they're doing the same to you. And right there, that was a full display of respect that we saw, and my goodness, that is some of this top-tier battling between Adam Spansky and Michael Romanelli. No love lost between the two, that's for sure, but also plenty of respect the entire time, and that is the key thing, is you don't want to just send it up and down the inside and use someone else as a brake. You want to have some fun, and you want to win in the right way. As we saw there, Adam Spansky taking the lead in a textbook overtake.
It really was, and it made to look so straightforward as well. And let's take a minute actually to congratulate Ragioli Racing GT4 for Fabrizio Campanella up there in P3, sticking with those top two just now of Spansky and Romagnoli at the moment. So they, firmly in contention. So is, I guess, Jan-Marcel Dietrich in the 211 Vipperman racing car. But again, the GT4 class, unlike the GT3, it doesn't kind of go away as quickly as the GT3 class does. So great to see the top four all fight out. And again, we've only done 50 minutes. We've done less than 20 minutes into this 3-hour race. And Spansky taking charge of that GT4 field for the number 10 Apex 1 team, of course, racing on behalf of the Sim Zone and sharing that car with Krzysztof Muskowski and Chris Warner. They'll be getting into the car when the pit stops come in later on. But you can see Michael Romagnoli still firmly poised in that second position here, Mike. And again, I think strategy will be coming into play here, because he knows that he's only getting 6 points at the moment, and Spansky only gains 6 points over Romagnoli if they stay there just now. So really, when it comes to the championship, they're doing everything that they need to do, and they don't need to stress about that race win.
No, they don't. And yeah, in terms of strategy, they're doing everything to a T. We're also, of course, we're 17 minutes in talking about strategy. We have a pit stop phase as well. Of course, we're going to have multiple pit stops, 65-minute stint timer on the clock for these drivers, unlimited sets of tires. So around that 65-minute mark, we're going to be seeing some pits come in. Here we have Igor Simonov battling currently. This is for P40 overall. Side by side, heading now into the inside of Lecombe. Looks like that overtake is going to be done and dusted. The number 133 not able to respond. In fact, the 133 under pressure immediately again there. And it looks like is going to fend off for right now, the one over Powell. But back to the front with Eric here. And these three, they're just walking away.
They are, but curiously, Eli Debons has just set the fastest lap of the race in that third position. So the three of them are cruising away. Oh, now that's interesting. That is a big development we need to update on. Luke Whitehead has now finally got ahead of Brandon Reyes. So that car up to P4 just now. So Michael Tauscher will be trying to make short work. But again, I can't help feeling that the damage has been done at this early stage. It's not insurmountable damage. It's 4.5 seconds. But still, you kind of don't want that. But again, looking at the championship points-wise, I think at the moment they're only going to be losing out by about 12 points on this. So it's not massive, but it's still it's a position you don't want to be in. Going back to that GT4 overtake that we saw there with the F1 Memes Racing team, and I think that was the 133 F1 Racing Memes team. Alexander Stritsenko, I feel like, was just accepting his fate, kind of moved out the way to let that car but then outbraked himself and struggled to keep the pace. You lost the momentum, and then that's why that car behind was immediately all over the back of them there. Thankfully, he has managed to keep Jarzabowski in that 501 Maserati behind him. Here comes Rafael Malio, though, trying to make an overtake through one of the fastest corners on circuit, through Blanchimont, has to lift off very slightly. And Mike, somebody has definitely had their wheat biscuits for breakfast.
Yeah, Rafael on a charge and a half, currently up 2 positions from where they started, or excuse me, that's Luke Whitehead, my apologies. Currently sitting in P8, 4 positions from where they started, but that does not tell the story of the entire race here for Rafael. Of course, with the spin at one point and a recovery on top of that, incredibly done so far. We're already catching up with the back markers now, having to dispatch the GT4s. Now, this is where things can get spicy. We have battles happening on track, and all of a sudden a slower car approaching. You catch that car at a wrong time on this track. Spa-Francorchamps, there aren't too many wrong times to catch the car, but you catch them in the Fagnas into Sector 3, it can be detrimental through Eau Rouge Radion right there. That could really have compromised the run of Petrenko. In P7, the 110 car, you can see this massive overspeed difference. Rafael Malo should make easy work down the inside. Big squeeze, though. Can he go late enough onto the brakes? Is the Rocket Sim Sport Racing? And yes, it looks like it. Switchback attempt, though, for the BMW, as Rafael is a little bit too deep. The inside line will be had for the BMW as we come back around now. And it looks like fended off for now. Rafael Malo not able to get it done.
Fantastic fight here for P7 then. So Malio very briefly ahead of Petrenko, but outbroke himself going into Lecum there. That's allowed Henrik Gamble to close right up to the back there in that 717 Lamborghini for Sprout Racing. So again, this is now firmly a 3-way fight, but it's the traffic that is the joyous part of multi-class racing. That's what we're here for, because it just adds that beautiful little bit of spice, that little bit of something different here to what is already an amazing race. And again, the leaders have already gone through this, so if we're down here in 7th, 8th and 9th going through it, then I can only imagine that the leaders have dispatched of it very quickly indeed. But Rafael Mayo here for Rocket Simsport in between a rock and a hard place right now, because Henrik Gamble in that 717 Lamborghini, he is poised, locked and loaded. He is desperate to try and get this done, but again, it's a superior exit speed from that McLaren that gets right back on to Yuri Petruchenko. This is going to be again through Blanchimont then. What have we got coming into the final chicane? We can see how defensive they're going. Here comes the Lamborghini as well. It's going to be nip and tuck. The Lamborghini sends it. Gamble up the inside into that final chicane, and it's gone from hero to zero in the space of 3 corners for Rafael Malio. He's going to have to hope that that Lamborghini can drag him on. Yuri Petruchenko will try and streak off into the distance. I don't think that's going to happen too quickly indeed.
Henrik Gamble up 6 positions from where he started all the way back down in P14. Now that is a bit of a dark horse that we haven't really mentioned too much for the Lamborghini in P8. The 717 though, off to a very stellar start, and with that overtake, really sticking it early there to Rafael Amalo, who is on a charge. Here we go though, back at it again. You can see the back marker getting in the way there. The GT4 is going to be hindering Henrik there for a moment. The outside line going to be taken here and chosen for Rafael Amalo. There's a car on our inside. Keep that in mind, folks, as we head on into the chicane now. Are we going to see late enough braking for the SimSport? No, not just yet. Not quite a repeat of what we had last lap. These margins, though, so extremely tight here as they come now around, heading back towards Bruel. Back markers again being the real determining factor here, as Henrik Gamble was flashing his headlights as quickly as he could, saying, please see me, I'm coming down the inside and I have a car behind me. And my goodness, I feel for Henrik here. He is on a charge.
He certainly is, but the thing is now we've had the unexpected addition of Benjamin Heilman for RCI Esports behind him as well. That 799 McLaren, he was directly behind him. He's dropped off a little bit here though, but it's Rafael Mario trying to go around the outside. Surely that's never going to work. I'll tell you what though, fair play for trying to make that happen. Keeps his nose in. That blocks the pair of them, takes a little bit of speed off of the two of them here, and that McLaren is going to have to work harder and harder to try and get that position back from Henrik Gamble. Meanwhile, 2 seconds up the road though, Yuri Petruchenko is laughing himself silly right now, because he has got the biggest breathing space that you could ever imagine right now. He has been given a little bit of a lifeline here as we come through Blanchimont again, through that fast sweeping left-hander before we hit the final chicane. This is getting very sketchy indeed, and Rafael Mayo has to go on to the brakes there, has to take a slightly wider line through into the chicane again. That's going to cost him actually in terms of momentum, and yep, there you go, that Lamborghini now able to stretch away very slightly, and I get the feeling that this is now going to be the story of the race here.
Yeah, back marker is going to be a big determining factor, as it's got to be just absolutely terrifying to be a GT4 car. The talent that is in this GT3 field, and having somebody like the likes of Luke Whitehead pressuring onto your rear bumper with an overspeed of about 50 kph, of course, that is due just down to the fact that it's GT4 versus GT3. It's what you'd expect. But it's still got to be quite the intimidating factor. Up in the front, though, can we take a look at the lead of this race? As we're having a battle currently between Jeffrey Ritchie and Eric Del Fonte. Side by side now, the back markers have really changed this. Jeffrey Ritchie retains the lead for right now, but Eric, though, trying to make anything he can out of this situation, heading into Bruel's, getting caught up on the unfavorable line. There is Eric. He tucks to the inside, almost collecting. Is that a race leader for the GT4s? I think it might be.
Yeah.
No, it's going to be, that's Michael Roman. This is here. We're approaching now.
Yeah.
Our race leader, Adam Spansky.
Yeah, that was a great spot there, Mike. That is your GT4 leaders that our GT3 leaders are putting a lap on just now. And again, it shows how quickly that things can go from, you know, one side to another in the blink of an eye, as we're about to jump for a replay to the Box 3 esports team just now. So this is on their own coming up through. Oh, that's not how you want to do it, and I'm pretty sure that was a huge punt on the back of a GT4 car. And I'll tell you what, that is very unfortunate just now for that number 40 car, because you know the team of Charlie Booth, Martin Hoyer and Brian Knappinen, they kind of have to ease off a little bit, but Trackalicious will be... we've got a car off in the background there. That was Lucian Prochnica for Forza Italia e-Racing, and that car has been in the wars today in that 500. But back to your race leaders in this GT3 fight. Ailey Debon's still having a little eye on this fight here just now, Mike, but again, you get the feeling that this is all going to come down to, now we've passed the GT4 traffic now, is Eric Del Fonte going to get the run down that fantastic long Kemmel straight here?
As he is going to try to do exactly that. You can see trying to get the better exit here, as you don't want to be too close coming into the Eau Rouge Radion complex. You want to be able to keep it flat the entire time, no lifting, and in as straight of a line as possible. Obviously, you don't want to go off the track. Eric Del Fonte in that slipstream. Is he gaining? As you can see, the two black and gold McLarens, both of them befitting a champion, but unfortunately tonight only one can be, as it's going to be the outside line for Eric Del Fonte. It'll turn to the inside, though. He goes late on the brakes, but not able to go far enough alongside. You can see that apex getting closed up nicely there by Jeffrey Ritchie. Jeffrey, no slouch to leading a race, that is clear. He's definitely had a few titles under his belt, I would imagine, as it looks very dominant so far from the drive here of the 34 car. We're going to take a quick little look here at a replay from the 500, as this is going to be the Ferrari 296 following a GT4. We're going side by side, and a big send from behind down the inside, and there's contact. I'm not sure who that was there making contact, but unfortunately the 500 there of, that is Luciana Lucian in P23 now as a result. We resume back with Eric Del Fonte still on the chase. Very close behind these two, not able to be separated, but also not really able, you can tell they both have a good calm head on their shoulders. And also, to be fair, with credit where credit's due to our P3 holder as well, Ellie DeBon, who hasn't had much of any sort of, well, anything, quite frankly, throughout this race, just stuck in P3 and really just keeping it and chopping in lap after lap after lap.
It certainly is, and it's been a fantastic race to watch so far, and we've only had half an hour of action on there as Rui Nunes gets a drive-through penalty in that number 2. That is going to be something to keep an eye on, ladies and gentlemen. As we said, Simply Race Esports then getting a drive-through penalty. That will likely be an automatic penalty given by the game when you breach track limits. You get 3 warnings for track limit breaches, and then when you get your 4th, that is a drive-through penalty applied by the game. So it will have to come through into the pits, keeping on the pit limiter, and you can see that. Oh well, there we go. That's I will shut my mouth. It's been one given by Race Control for contact with the 11, and that's why they've got a drive-through penalty. But normally when you see that, it's normally because it's track limits. But Eric Delfante then still fighting with Jeffrey Ritchie. A little bit of a clip around the outside there. Jeffrey Ritchie tries to draw that car to the latest possible point he can. Great defensive play here. The thing is that this is right on the limits of what is kind of acceptable here from Jeffrey Ritchie, though. He's not doing anything untoward at the moment, but again, you know, if that car gets a little bit rattly, a little bit out of control, Mike, that's where accidents can happen. But for me, my money right now is on Ailey Debons, sitting behind in that 3rd position, just waiting very patiently, knowing these two likely to come to blows, and would like to take that for that SCL Esports Logitech G car.
Yeah, most certainly, with fastest lap as well, Ellie Demon. So is, with the, like you said, the dark horse in this equation here, as these two have been the highlight of the show, really battling it out through and through this entire race so far. But Ellie just patiently waiting, and oh no, the 348 here of Ferry is round. I'm not sure what has happened there. Luckily, though, getting off to the side of the track shouldn't be too much of an issue rejoining. Whoa, big slip of the rear end there for Eric. He is pushing quite hard. Wants that position, you can tell. And I think, though, Eric is not happy with the lap times of Jeffrey Ritchie, if I had to guess. Last time around, 2:16.5 for both of the drivers. Now, Eric, he's been banging in lap after lap, 2:15.8. And so I have a sneaking suspicion that Eric here may be getting a little impatient. As we take a look at the replay here, this is what is going to result in that Ferrari facing the wrong way that we saw momentarily. Heading down Eau Rouge Radion, back markers being in the way. Dispatched fairly easily. Oh, big hit of the initial curb as we came down Eau Rouge, and then especially once we got to Radion, the bottom out there on the inside curb just really unsettled the car in that glitch motorsport. Oof, big damage for that front end.
That's part one of the question. My question is, how did he get sideways on the brakes into Les Combes? Because he then lost it again going further up into the chicane. So yeah, that's a very curious point. It could be that as soon as he's touched the brakes, that car has just absolutely sent itself round backwards. And oh, that's even more damage. Wow. Mike, what do you think the resale value is on that Glitch Motorsport Ferrari right now? Oh my god, that car is absolutely done.
On the resale value, I'm not completely sure, but it definitely is not quite a showroom ready Ferrari 296. I'm not sure the engineers had this aerodynamically in mind when they ran it through the wind tunnel. But yes, a significant price tag being knocked off of that Ferrari. You might be able to pick it up for about 100 grand, to be honest.
To be fair, it looks like one of those things you see on those YouTube channels where they buy a car for cheap and then it's been absolutely wrecked and then do it up. Maybe we'll see a little side channel of that on YouTube in the next couple of weeks. But either way, back to the action at hand here as Eric Delfante still glued to the tail end of Jeffrey Ritchie right now. He's trying to make a nuisance of themselves, but at the end of the day, all they're doing is just slowing themselves up. Now, here's another thing. Absolute bombshell. Didn't see this at all. We've been so busy on watching the leads of the different classes. Look at that, Mike. Michael Tauscher in the Unicorns of Love car, now ahead of Luke Whitehead. So that is for championship position, because Luke Whitehead currently leading the championship in the GT3s for Veloci Vexed. Now the points are there's 24 points between them, so it's not enough to change it, but that is a huge thing to watch there. As Eric Delfante going to try and go side by side with Jeffrey Ritchie, goes late into the brakes, into the chicane here. I think you're absolutely spot on here, Mike. I think the frustration, the patience is running out for Eric Delfante, and I think we're starting to see things get a little bit more scrappy. And look at how close as Ellie Debons is getting now, as this is the move for the GT3s then, a little bit further on, down into Les Combes. And that is going to be Luke Whitehead losing that position there like candy from a baby. Very, very easy. But back to that lead battle, I have the horrible, horrible feeling that one of these cars is going to be getting sent to the moon very shortly.
I feel the exact same way, David. Yes, I have a very terrible feeling about this battle where you see a lot of this. I have utmost confidence in Defante as well as Richie. They're both very clean drivers, and they've displayed it so far. But when you see lap after lap the pressure that Eric is putting on the rear bumper here of the McLaren, it can be very upsetting. And Richie here with one little error, we see Malo getting by, I think, very handed overtake. I think these back markers are playing a bit of a hand through the Eau Rouge Radion complex. Malo, not much of a fight there, able to get by, but back up at the front, this is where the fight really is, and it's a knife fight in a phone booth. These two drivers, impossible to separate. Jeffrey Ritchie has led this race from a few laps. Honestly, it hasn't even been all 15. He took it fairly early on, but as the pace is falling off, last time around a 1:16.7, that is not good enough, David.
No, it's not to hold on to that, but Delfante doing 16.6, so again bringing that pace down. Now, one of the things that was suggested here was that Michael Tauscher and Luke Whitehead, that might have been a scripted move to allow the pair of them to catch up to the leader. I'm going to say absolutely not, purely because pace-wise, Tauscher did a 16.7 last time by, Whitehead doing a 17.4. I don't think the Lamborghinis have got the same pace that they did at every single other track right now. The McLarens and the Lamborghinis, by far, in GT3 seem to be the best of the bunch, by a significant margin. That's why we're seeing them all being picked for this championship. But the Lamborghinis just don't seem to have the same pace that the McLarens do, certainly out there on track just now. But 2 hours 23 minutes left to go in this final round of the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals here from Spa-Francorchamps. It's Jeffrey Ritchie leading Eric Delfante and Ailey Daybons, as we have got more action down in the GT4s, but it's Aaron Spansky leading Michael Romagnoli and Jan Marcel Dietrich getting ahead of Campanella in that GT4 battle as well. So lots of action, lots of little fights and pockets going on, but I get the feeling that this one now kind of opening up and Ailey Daybon's actually dropping off a little bit here. I'm just wondering, with the track getting cooler as it's 6:45 PM here in game time, I do wonder if the temperature's starting to drop a little bit, and that might explain why the pace is dropping off as well.
Yep, you are absolutely right. We've dropped 2 degrees, actually, which is massive. 2 degrees Celsius since the beginning of this race in 37 minutes. So the drivers maybe that actually, you're probably right there, explains why the sudden drop in lap time. Now, I know I say a 2:16.6 isn't good enough. A lot of people in chat are saying, Mike, you're insane. That is alien pace. Yes, it is. It's very, very quick. However, when you see Eric Defante putting in lap after lap 2:15 after 2:15 in race pace, he's got even more in the tank. And with a 2:16.8, the track very cold, but we're getting close to that pit stop phase. This is where the strategy is going to start to come into play. Are we going to see some undercuts? Drivers trying to go in for a new set of boots early on and maybe suffer a little bit later on in the stint? You never know. This is where, like I say, everything is going to come into play, and all the cards are going to fall onto the table.
I think the other point is that at Spa here, pit stops are such a traumatic affair. They take so long to navigate through pit lane. So you really, if you're going to be coming in, you might as well take the hit and do whatever you need to do. So I can imagine they're going to want to try and stay on the tyres that they've got at the moment, but again, because you're having that strategy mixed in, you're wanting to kind of guess what the other drivers, the other teams are going to be doing. But you're absolutely spot on. We're just about, I think, 20 minutes away from doing our first round of pit stops. Remember, drivers have got that maximum 65-minute stint window in which they are allowed to drive. As we go back to your race leaders just now, as we've got Jeffrey Ritchie just ahead, and to my eyes this evening is Eric Delfante now closer than possibly ever before here. Certainly right onto the tail end here. It needs a good run coming out of Radion here, and this could be it along the Kemmel Straight here, although they're going to have to watch out. They've got more GT4 traffic coming their way very, very quickly. But Delfante, I think that car's happy to stay in second place at the moment.
You know, it's interesting. I've been looking at these over at, of course, !Mark live timing in the Twitch page. I think as well in the description. You can find over to the pit wall where we have our live timing page. And Eric DeBon's fastest in a straight line in the McLaren Evo 2. Now, Eric DeBon's, of course, in P3. We have, though, Eric DeFonte. He's currently sitting 4th quickest in a straight line at 280 kph. Now, you compare that to the car in front of Jeffrey Ritchie. Ritchie is actually almost nowhere to be found in straight line speed. He's running a much higher downforce setup, currently 18th quickest in a straight line at about 4 kph difference. So in theory, Eric DeFonte should have every advantage in a straight line, but so far we see the curves and the corners are really where we're making the difference here, and that seems to be the favorable setup for that McLaren Evo 2.
And again, just doing so well in keeping the pace here and pushing things as hard as they possibly can. But again, I think that they've realised that they've dropped LED bonds now, so they don't need to worry about that 27 as much as they were earlier on. But Michi Tauscher not able to make the inroads I think that chat were kind of thinking with that that was going to happen. Rafael Mario up to P7. We saw that move on Yuri Petrochenko, but here comes Eric Delfante again. Look to the inside again. I think that is just a little bit of mind games going on from Delfante, trying to get the excellent run out of that chicane there and across the line. But again, we go across here. Listen, this is a defensive masterclass here from Jeffrey Ritchie. He's putting that car, that McLaren, exactly where it needs to be, exactly, you know, on the apex. He's pushing that car out to the letter of the law, to the letter of where he is allowed to do so, and he's doing, you know, epic stuff. However, my concern now is we go for round 2 with these GT4s.
Yeah, and as we go back through the Orange Radion complex, we've seen that be a massive distinguishing factor here. We have an incident between the 113 and the 38, a drive-through penalty being, or the 348, excuse me, drive-through penalty being handed the way of the 348 for causing a collision. Now, a drive-through penalty here, hold you that thought. Inside line for Eric Delfante potentially. Is he going to go late enough on the brakes? No. He's trying lap after lap after lap, and that is just exhausting to do, especially even for Jeffrey. To defend that lap after lap is extremely exhausting. We'll see if they can keep that up for the entirety of this race, but I think this will come down to strategy, where we'll see Eric maybe go for a little bit of an undercut come the pit phase. Now, obviously, I know I'm talking about 20 minutes in the future here, but still, I think we're going to see Eric try something new, try something different, just do whatever Jeffrey doesn't, because being behind him isn't working so far.
And with that note as well, that's where we have to watch out for, as we said, the patience, the frustration, I wouldn't say anger. Anger's the wrong word to use here, as we see Tariq Adam. Now, Tariq Adam started in P12. Remember, that car was desperate to try and charge, and it just wasn't happening. Have a look at that 858 car just behind them. That's the absolute res tech by Acelid car of Benjamin Baumann behind the wheel. Let's not forget, actually, Mike, that car started from the back of the GT3 grid, so that is a hell of a run. That's what, 9 positions that car, I believe, has made up, maybe 8 positions. So Benjamin Baumann doing the absolute business for that 858 right now.
Actually up 11 positions from P29. Incredible work so far for the Swiss driver in that 296, but still work to do. Back up at the front, this is the battle that everyone has their eyes on. You can see the GT4 is being dispatched handedly. Now, are we going to catch I saw GT4 out of the corner of my eye, or is that, yes it is. He's a little bit far ahead. Not sure where. Is that a GT3? Hang on. We're catching GT3 traffic now. That's actually the back of the field. My goodness. The leaders are on another pace here.
They absolutely are. That might be, let's have a look. Well, Just Loin is a little bit further back, so I'm trying to figure out who that is that they've just caught on to.
It's Healy. Healy in P47 currently.
Yeah, because of course so that's Dom Healy, that's the Wild Things Racing by Colex.gg is side by side. Go your race leaders. 45 minutes into the race, Eric Delfante again gets that car just up to Jeffrey Ritchie, and yet again Jeffrey Ritchie just has that IQ, that 3000 IQ play, where he's able to put the car exactly where it is needed. But as you said, this is exhausted at this point for both Eric Delfante and for Jeffrey Ritchie. This constant fighting. But these drivers are on a completely different level right now. 2:17.1 for Jeffrey Ritchie and 2:17.1 for Eric Del Fante. It's 2:17.5 for everybody else, so they're 0.3 of a second while pushing each other as hard as they possibly can.
If I was the teammates of Eric Del Fante, that is of course going to be Carlo Daella as well as Sergio Paprata, I am going to be just wincing. I'd be walking away from my computer at this point just saying, I'll come back and hopefully our car is still in one piece. This is so tense from these two drivers up front. We're going to take a look at the replay here from Luke Whitehead as he did manage to make an overtake on to Toscher. And this is how it was done. Let's see here. That's going to be the Lamborghini in front, getting caught up by a back marker, and
wow.
Whitehead parts the seas and says thank you very much and walks his way through easily. What an overtake from Luke. Resuming side by side, back at it. Eric Del Fante on the outside line. He's going to have the favorable line if he can go late enough on the brakes for the inside, the second part, but no! Eric has just got to be kicking himself at this point, saying, come on, we can do it. He has the pace, but Jeffrey is doing just an excellent job. This is Luke Whitehead back at it with Michael Tauscher for P4. Luke Whitehead able to hold on for now.
Is it going to be a dive up the inside? No, I think Tauscher just knows better of it. It's going to be up the Kemmel Straight, and you can see the two of them almost backing each other up. So any thought that they were going to be catching on to that lead group has absolutely gone out of the window just now, as Tauscher dropping back a little bit. Again, trying to get that run up through Eau Rouge and Radeon. Top of the hill then. This is on board with Michael Tauscher for Unicorns of Love. End at number 14, Lamborghini on Lamborghini action here, as it's a look up to the inside, but he's nowhere near close enough to actually make that happen. So again, it's going to be a case of regrouping and thinking better of it. Right, incident between cars 333 and the 67. That is your 333 of Virtual Drivers by TX3, and the 67 is the Armenterio Torpedo attack. 5-second penalty to the 67 Armenterio car for blocking, and they got a final warning and they got a time penalty for it. So it's obviously something that's gone on multiple times during a lap there, and that's what you can see there from race control as we go back to your lead battle, back into the GT4s.
Yeah, Eric here all over him, but yep. Definitely don't want to be holding up the blue flags. If you are a blue flag, of course, you don't have the same rules as Formula 1. Of course, Formula 1, you have to move over in the first two marshal posts, not in GT racing. So move over, I'm not going to quote the rules because I don't know if we're in this exact league, but basically, don't hold people up is the biggest indicator for a blue flag. It's just to let you know that there's a faster car approaching in your rearview mirror. There we just saw the number 113 get by the likes of Ferrari behind. I think that was Sarapana. Back up the front, though, Eric Del Fante. It's falling behind, actually. The back marker is not quite favoring Eric here on this lap, but as you can see, it just takes one to change everything.
It does, as they go into that final chicane yet again, and we're going to have pit stops coming up, I think, in the next sort of 15 minutes for sure, with all of these GT4 cars just being swarmed upon by these giant GT3 machines. And this is now going to be a bit of an issue because we're going down through La Source, and we're going to be climbing through Eau Rouge and Radeon yet again. But look at that, we've got about 5 or 6 GT4 cars trying to get their way past as well. This is where it gets very, very sketchy indeed. Is pulled across Eric Del Fante. Yep, that's always going to happen. That GT4 car has the right to get a clean line through Eau Rouge and Radeon. And again, going back to the conversation, as that is going to be, is that Ailey de Bons?
That is.
Is that de Bons just went and taken second place? Let's go. What a move. That's unbelievable. So the 27 car then for SDL Esports says thank you very much. The GT4 chaos has kicked in, and I never saw that coming. I never, ever saw that coming. That's an amazing bit of opportunistic driving there from Ailey de Bons.
I don't think Eric saw it coming either, to be fair. Eric Del Fante is he was already upset, and I have always talked about the little red mist that these drivers see, of course, once they start to get a little bit of emotion under their wing. But currently, I would imagine that red mist is a red fog for Eric Del Fante. He needs to keep that calm, cool, and collected, though, and not end up into the back bumper. We're going to take a replay here just to see that again, because my goodness. Here we go through the Eau Rouge Radeon complex. We see held up by the GT4 was Eric, and that run from Ellie, just textbook. Overspeed for the McLaren, outside line being held, gets the position done before we even reach the apex. Textbook overtake, and Eric going to be relatively upset with that one, but eyes on the road ahead of him as he has plenty of time. 2 hours, 10 minutes, and 24 seconds left to go before we reach the checkered flag.
Now here's the question is, does Delphante have enough left in the tank to actually pull this back? Because at the moment it doesn't look like his. Again, Tauscher has got ahead of Whitehead, so that position has changed again, presumably with the traffic. But here comes Luke Whitehead on the charge through Blanchimont on into the final chicane then, as Tauscher does everything he needs to do to try and just keep that car in a decent position there, and then he can go and attack those GT4 cars again as they make the run over the line. 22 laps in the book here on board with Luke Whitehead as they go into La Source then. 2 hours, 9 minutes left to go in this final round to the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals. Jeffrey Ritchie in the lead of the race by 1.2 seconds ahead of Elie Desbonds and Eric Delphante. That is your GT3 podium as it stands at the moment. And then looking back to the GT4s, it's Adam Spansky ahead of Michael Romagnoli and Jean-Marcel Dietrich. That is your GT4 podium at the moment. But again, coming up to a crucial point now. We're coming up to 2 hours to go here, Mike, and again we had a little bit of a lull for about half an hour where drivers were kind of just doing their own thing, and now it feels like now we've got all the fights kicking off here.
Yeah, as we get down to the pit stop phase, of course, we've seen a couple penalties being handed out. Now, penalties, a 5-second penalty here in a 3-hour race, not the biggest deal. However, oh my goodness, Luke Whitehead all over the back bumper here. We'll keep an eye on this, of course. But in the pit lane, of course, picking up a drive-through penalty. Now, that is where you definitely want to keep that to an absolute minimum. Here at Spa-Francorchamps, the longest pit lane in all of ACC, you're looking at a 57-second drive-through penalty alone, which allots to about 41% of your lap wasted down the toilet just from something that was preventable.
And again, we were talking about the frustration and the pressure getting applied for the drivers as well. If you get something that you feel aggrieved by happening to you, or you cause something that you feel wasn't your fault, it just makes things so much worse. That red mist that you were describing just gets even darker and even deeper as it fires up the inside there from Michael Tauscher on one of the lapped cars there just now. Again, the point being is that, you know, it makes you feel even worse, and it just gets you even darker into that place of rage and frustration.
Yeah, and that's where a lot of danger can happen as well. You start getting there, you start missing your braking zone, start maybe caring a little bit less about back markers and forgetting that they are also people out on the track. They are not just AI cars here to impede your race. They have a race of their own that they're trying to tackle, which is often forgotten. I know in the moment in racing, a lot of these, tempers flare, as of course a lot of these drivers are extremely competitive, and rightfully so. They're all very talented, and they want to be the best. And I mean, to be fair, who doesn't? Let's be completely honest. But it's all about pride. And one of the things I wanted to touch on earlier is we see a lot of these drivers. We'd always talk about the battle here up at the front. We're watching Eric Delphante and Elie Desbonds as he tries to make the move. But we have 49 drivers in this race, and most of those drivers are not in contention for the win in the championship. They're just here to have fun, have a good time, and to show off their community in this amazing community race for the 10 communities involved. We have a three-way battle here for the GT4s. This is for P3 and P5, 7 in class. As we have a look, oh, this is so hard to tell what is going on. I think that's a back marker getting caught up and impeding a little bit, but my goodness, David, this is some fun GT4 action here with on lap 21.
You say fun, I say sketchy as hell. It's, two sides of the same coin, really. That was Brea in that 796 GT4. that was getting caught up by them just now, but you've got, I think you've got Statchik in there, you've got Nick Babin, you've got Igor Simonov, and then you've got the 333 car in that mix as well, the virtual drivers by TEX3 of Jack Olivier that is in that fight as well. So yeah, this is just getting very, 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 very delicate, I think is the best way of putting that just now, because they are fighting their own race, they're fighting other people's races as well, and either way it is damn enjoyable to watch. You've got GT3 McLaren trying to fight it out in there as well, trying to navigate all of that chaos. Right, 2 hours and 5 minutes left to go then here, Mike, and let's talk about strategy then, because as I said, we're coming up to our first pit stops of the final rounds. And if it was you that was involved in this race and you was involved in this first stint, what do you think your shout would be for likes of taking tyres and everything?
I'm going to be honest, it really depends where you are on track. In terms of these GT4s, I don't know. As we're side by side, Igor Simonov in the inside here of Blanchimont is going to get that overtake done over Oliver there. Nicely done, but for strategy, at least up at the front, my prediction for the GT3s is I think the undercut is going to be strong. I think the tires at this point are clearly being used quite a lot, and we've dropped 3 degrees in track temp since the start here. And actually up at the front, I think Eric DeFonte just took P2 from Ellie DeBon. They're back and forth currently. But with the tire change, or rather with the tire temperature change, holy, I can't even talk. We got 3 wide, bumping and banging into the first corner. No heroics into the first corner. Clearly not listed here for these two. We have into the corner as well. That is the battle for Eric DeFonte as well as Ellie DeBon. It's just, you can't keep your eyes in multiple spots here, David. This is incredible stuff.
It certainly is. I think DeBon has still got that second position. Delfante's still in third. Oh my God, there's going to be absolute murder on the straight. There we go. As like, who could have predicted it? 4 wide along the straight. What could have possibly gone wrong? Well done, GG everyone. Great 3000 IQ thinking there. I say that, but when I'm in the heat of the moment, I guaranteed I'm absolutely doing it as well. As the car stricken, facing halfway across the back straight there along the Kennel Straight. Will anybody slow down for the yellow flags? Absolutely not.
Oh yes, yellow flags. The suggestion, right?
It's fine.
No,
it's fine. Just keep it down. It's fine. Just keep your foot in, mate. It's fine.
I've heard the saying, when in doubt, flat out, right? So I'm in doubt in the yellow flag. No, anyways, definitely lift on a yellow flag, everyone. It is required by the rules. Stewart's definitely going to be taking a look at that incident, as that was the most exciting battle that we had on, well, not the most exciting, one of the most exciting battles that we have on track. And it was crashed in a straight line. You absolutely hate to see a battle end in that nature, but as you said, David, when you're 4 wide on a straight, anything can happen in racing, and it normally does.
Well, DeBon's is the first one to blink, sorry to jump in, Mike, but Ellie DeBon's our first one into the pits. Tariq Adam outside of the top 15. Michael van der Molen, you've got Lauro Prognica. I've just been told by broadcast production we're going to watch this again. I'm going to add a content warning for those of a nervous disposition, might want to look away now. Right, okay, so we've got cars here on the track, 4 wides in the circuit. I mean, that one in the middle, that white one, that caused, from what I saw there, that caused everything, because it bounced off one car straight into the other. I mean, yeah, and when I say it caused it, I don't mean like it was their fault. It's far too far away from it, but it did look like that was patient zero when it came to that all unfolding there. Eric Delfante unleashed into second place there. I would hate to be a race steward on a day like this, because, yeah, they would not have a fun job.
No, most certainly not. And that was definitely a fairly clear-cut one there for that Ferrari back marker, getting quite a bit impatient there and causing that collision. I mean, to say it as it is, that was less than ideal. You don't want to be seeing that, especially multiple cars getting piled up in a straight line. It's a very preventable incident, and the stewards will most certainly be having an inquiry on that one, and I would imagine come down with some results. But as you were saying before, we had all of the interruptions of everything that is happening on track, which is insane. This is an incredible race so far. We're talking about strategy and pit phase. What are we to expect here now? The GT3s I would imagine, as I said, coming in, the undercut, I would think is strong here. Getting on that fresh set of tires, get them up to temperature as soon as you possibly can. With a 65-minute stint, you're not going to be destroying your tires, barring any spins. So it's really, I think, important to get out there and get in early and try to get the best outlap possible and take track position over the people that are out there.
What a thrilling fight, though. This has been for third and fourth position now, I guess, as we've had pit stops already coming in thick and fast. We've had a warning to the 113 car. That is Shalukin in that F1 Memes racing car. Teamer Shalukin getting a warning for aggressive driving. I'm pretty sure that's a warning I'd be getting within the first 5 laps of the race. As Eric Delfante into pit lane from second position, so the towel has been thrown in. That car 10 seconds off of your lead gap just now. As we've got back to, oh man, we're a glutton for punishment here. We've got a GT3 car just trying to, oh no, it's a GT4 car, excuse me, all trying to make their way around. 3 wide through Blanchimont, because at this point, why not? Why not go 3 wide through Blanchimont? It's absolutely fine. This is... at which point, Mike, I'm just like, what is there left to say that we haven't already seen with these GT4s?
Yeah, I would imagine we are going to have a bit more of that. These GT4s are putting on some great entertainment. It is to be said, the GT3s having a bit of a gap. Currently, Luke Whitehead, though, who we've said before, out of position, currently in P3. That is due to the fact that our P2 has come into the pits, Eric Defonte, which, by the way, I think great strategy call from Eric. I think he is on the right one on that one. We'll see if that does end up playing out. Jeffrey Ritchie, I would imagine, comes in this lap. I do not see him staying out another lap. If he does, I think he's going to be losing way too much time to Eric Defonte.
Soapbox time. This is always my favourite point of the broadcast here. Tom Bryant on the chat saying GT3s have absolutely no respect today. I'm sorry, but these driving standards are awful. Again, our GT4 car gets destroyed by GT3s with no respect. Now, normally I am a terrible person and love winding people up on chat. However, I have to agree, if that was what we saw, if that was a GT3 car, that white car that tried to pierce its way through the middle and just got pinballed from left to right, again, what would be great is if we could get a replay a little bit closer to the action on that GT3 car. But at the end of the day, this isn't and Sydney Shaw actually making a fantastic point as well, is that this isn't, it's an alien-only esports competition. This is a championship that was open to any and all teams, from all and sundry, and it is a fantastic flashlight onto the wonderful communities that we've got in sim racing here. The unfortunate fact is, we've got 3 GT4 cars fighting it out along the Kemmel Straight, and you've got a GT3 car that is impatient and wants to try and get its way through. It's never going to work. It doesn't matter who it is, doesn't matter what team it is, it doesn't matter what community they're representing. It's just not going to work. And without drawing too much attention or too much flack onto it, it's just a poor it's a poor decision, and it's always going to end up that one certain way. I hate seeing it because you see so many cars getting caught up in it. But again, at the end of the day, that's why we're here to commentate on it. We just get to throw our opinions at it. It's up to Race Control, God bless them, to try and pick that one apart.
Yeah, most certainly. We just call it as we see it, call it live. But so far, the driver's back at it. Luke Whitehead here, I gotta be said, off the pace. Luke Whitehead is not delivering. Maybe, I'm not sure if it's the Spa-Francorchamps versus the Lamborghini, or if it's just Luke Whitehead versus Spa. We'll see, of course. Now, Luke Whitehead being the first driver out in the car, there are 3 teammates per team, and that's another thing to mention here. You see those crashes and those incidents like that, and we try to give the benefit of the doubt, right? Obviously, the Ferrari made a mistake. It was a poor choice. We'll get back and take a look at it. Maybe we'll take a replay at it later. But we're all human at the end of the day. I know we were saying before that they would have the alien leagues out there. This isn't quite that. We're all human here in this race. We make mistakes. And at the end of the day, of course, you have a team behind you that also has to feel that punishment. And so, we can not be too harsh on the drivers. Like I say, everyone makes mistakes at the end of the day. And as David said, I probably would have made a very similar mistake if I was in that situation. It's a very easy misjudgment. So no need to be too harsh.
Yeah, 100%. It's just one of those things. But it brings up an interesting topic actually, blue flags, and it was one that you mentioned, Mike, earlier on. Especially, for most of us, our first understanding of blue flags usually comes from watching on TV, like F1, where they have to move out of the way. But I was very surprised when I did my real life arts test. To realise that it is literally it's an advisory. It's to let you know you've got a faster car coming up ahead of you, behind you. It's not a case of you have to move over. It's not a case of you have to slow down. In fact, many times that's the worst thing that you can do, because these GT3 cars, they want stability, they want to understand, and they want to know exactly what you're doing and work around you. That's what they want to do. That's what they expect. So if you pull off the racing line and start slowing down, that could work out, but it could also catch the GT3, especially if they're battling off the guards, and actually cause more problems than it's worth. So the blue flag, it doesn't mean you have to pull over and slow down. It means just don't block. Just be aware of it. Drive your race and let the other cars work around you. Don't fight it when it happens.
Yeah, biggest thing is you have a car that is quicker approaching your rearview mirror. Just be aware. Be aware, be safe, and be safe, really, is the biggest thing.
That message obviously not filtering down to some of these drivers.
Unfortunately, it's often one of those messages that is lost. And it's a very unfortunate one, too, because it's one of the most important things in racing. 65 minutes has elapsed, though, 65 minutes has elapsed.
Yay.
Are we seeing a longer stint timer? No, everyone's in. Everyone just pushed it. Wow. Literally there's 10 people, 12 people that pushed it to the very last lap. In fact, I think a few drivers have overstayed their welcome a little bit. I think Tommy in P12 has overstayed over.
No, he's pitted. I think he's just got behind the wheel, because that was sharing the car with LED bonds. So he's just into the car, and he was setting the fastest lap of the race. So Tommy was there. Now I don't know if that was Tommy that set it or if that just holds over from Ailey, but that's the 27 XTL esports car that was in second place. Remember, so it'll be very interesting to see how that all pans out. I think they've actually had a slow stop there, because you see the 179 car up into second place. That's the Italian Jobs car. So that was Eric Del Fante's car. So the undercut, the overcut actually, because Del Fante pitted after Ailey Desmond's. So that's now a second between them, and that's all been done in pit lane.
Interesting. My ACC TV did not update. That is crazy. I see that on pit wall. Yeah, if I head over to pit wall, it shows it. But no, I still see a lack of a pit stop here for the 27 car. That is crazy. Okay. No, we're all good then. So yes, number 27 on the charge currently with Razarian behind the wheel. It's very interesting. We have now behind the 55, we have Dario chasing down Nicholas Helben in P4. So new drivers, all going to be fresh out there and showing what they have in terms of pace, as well as what they have in terms of racecraft for the rest of these drivers. So a new set out there. Let's see what they have, David.
Yeah, the dust will settle, and I think actually what we're seeing now is quite a few gaps opening up with those pit stops there, so it gives them a little bit of a breather, a little chance of respite right now, as we're watching Dario Lamulo here for that Veloci Esports number 55 car. So Veloci Vexed car still behind the Unicorns of Love right now, and again only 6 points changing hands in terms of the race. If this is where it would finish just now, maybe even less than that. So at the moment, that Veloci car doing everything that it needs to hold on to this championship lead right now. But Dario, again, no slouch behind the wheel there. He'll be trying to catch up onto the back end of Nick Hubin, and again make their way off into the sunset. And again, just looking back towards the GT4 class just now, Fabrizio Campanella is still shown as in the lead of the race for Ragioli Racing, but I'm a little bit confused there, because obviously have they done the pit stop? Sure, they must have done, because they're now ahead of Chris Warner for Apex 1 right now. So the 12 in the lead of the race.
I'm seeing Chris Warner still in the lead for my end here. Once again, I'm not sure what timing sheet.
Oh, that's my fault. Yeah, my timing had frozen. So there you go. You're absolutely spot on.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's just me being an umpty. That's all.
It seems like the timing sheets are a little bit delayed today for whatever reason as well. But nonetheless, we're as we say, calling it live here. Gotta love live TV. Chris Warner leading the way in the GT4s with Matthias Zampedri in P2, and we have Eduardo Ruggiero in P3.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying now. It's, the number 12 had just gone into the pit, so it hadn't actually swapped him over. So obviously that's, as you said, Eduardo Ruggiero behind the wheel of the Reggioli Racing. Number 12 for Lightspeed Racing. So the GT4s, as we're seeing our GT4 leader just now, Chris Warner, he is 2.5 seconds ahead of Matteo Zampedri. And again, the GT4 battle has kind of just fizzled out over those pit stops there. I mean, it's obviously very different for the GT3s here. We've got Nick Hubin and Dario Iummolo fighting it out. But again, it seems like these second Corsa drivers now have just calmed everything down slightly.
Yeah, as the field was spread a little bit, we see Quinn Smith there having a bit of an, oh no, there's multiple cars off. Okay, the Sector 3 here being a bit of a struggle for the GT4s. As incidents are awry. That was Dan Brace in the number 25. Quinn Smith also down in P43, trying to avoid that. Most drivers here have made their pit. In fact, all drivers have made their one pit stop here tonight. As well, pretty much every single driver changing seats. I think Matthias de Campua is the only. Is that the only driver that stayed at least in the top 10 behind the wheel that I can see?
Potentially, and I guess the thing is that that's a hell of an effort if that is the case of they've been able to do. Is we've got a replay of the number 25. That's the Trackalicious community car. I get the feeling, Mike, you're going to want to cover your eyes for this one. So we've got coming through the left-hander here. This is through the first. Oh, and that is all by themselves. Bump into the wall and. Well, at least that car still looks very nice. That's all I can say on that.
Both Trackalicious cars having a incident in the exact same corner and not involved with each other. Very interesting. Of course, yeah, you hate to see it from my point of view, but it is what it is. Dan Brace, Quinn Smith, no slouches, especially behind the GT4 cars. Of course, can get the best of everybody. We're currently looking here at Dario Iummolo in P5 as they negotiate through the back markers and still chasing down the car here of Nicholas Halban in P4. We've seen this battle through and through for the past 30 laps. 1 hour of this race has elapsed. 1 hour and a bit has elapsed. The track temp still going down. We started at 15 degrees track temp. This is a battle, actually. This is Noah Sully Vasquez Rodriguez for P32 currently, having a look on to Tristoli in P30 as they go side by side down the start-finish straight, come across the line here to complete lap 27 onto the 28th now. All bumping and banging as they head on into the first corner now. It looks like the inside for the 303 is going to be done, and it seems Noah not able to hold on to that position. Now behind, that's Daniel Brunschitz joining this club as well. A three-way scrap here. Also looking at Dario in P3 or P5 as he heads to the line, still chasing down the likes in front. Hasn't been able, I will say, these two Lamborghinis, they've been glued to each other since birth, but oh, that was so close. The GT4 car there, not sure if there was contact. I think they managed to avoid it, though. Heading back down the Kemmel Straight now. Inside line being held for Noah Sully Vasquez Rodriguez is going to go onto the curb. That's a GT3 car stranded as well. That, I think, was Patrick Pellegrino in P33, dropping down the field there a little bit. The 348 car had a bit of an error and must have outbroke himself into the chicane. We'll see maybe if there was contact. Side by side, though, Dario on the outside. Can he get it done? Late on the brakes. This is going to be the inside line as they come back around through Lecom, but now going to be the outside once again. David, seems like Dario here not able to get it done.
A fight absolutely kicking off all the way through the order here. Loving watching what I'm seeing here as we've got GT4 traffic going on as well. Let's jump on with what happened with that 348 there, as we spotted facing all by themselves in the wrong way and just too late on the brakes. The car unstable and whoa, so close to being absolutely wiped out by a Ferrari there, but sent into the infield as Simonietta for the 858 absolute wreck by Aisleth team has a drive-through penalty. Now remember, they had started at the back of the grids. That car has now been hit with a drive-through, and I get the feeling that might have been manually assigned. We'll double check and find out on that one. But race control, there we go. There we go. I'm not too sure what's. There we go. A drive-through for causing a collision with a 114. That is. Oh, that is a hard one to stomach, and again more penalty points. So I get the feeling that they will be drawing the ire of the stewards right now, because that car has just been in trouble left, right and centre this season.
Yeah, most certainly. And a link in, let's see if I can get that. But anyways, yes, Dario in P5, currently chasing down the likes, but it's been so tight. These two, like I said before, inseparable pretty much. And that's the Veloce Esports driver currently, once again, I'll go back, we haven't said it in a while, our current championship leader. And as it stands, still holding enough points to retain that by the end of this. Of course, his biggest rival heading into it is the car that he's currently in a fight with. Or no, excuse me, no, it's not. I've drawn a blank, I need to go back and look. But nonetheless, David, as we can see here, resuming back with Daniel Brunschitz, this three-way battle for P31.
Yeah, Vasquez Rodriguez there, no Sully Vasquez Rodriguez in that 31st position, but currently up, I believe, in what's that, P6 and P7 that they're fighting for just now, as you've got Pellegrino trying to fight their way back in a very lonely looking 348, as here comes Marco Bischoff with a whole ton of cars behind him, as Sprout Esports tries to make the move up this inside of Robbie Stapleford in that number 22. Back behind the wheel. In fact, I actually just realised that Robbie Stapleford in the number 22 car there. Great to see him back with Rocket Simsport, as they're currently up into P8. Incredibly talented young lads. Robbie Stapleford behind the wheel of that one. They're coming up to the back end of a GT4. Mike, these GT4s look like little kiddies' toy cars compared to these big boot GT3 things.
Part of that, of course, is due to the fact of the one GT4 car that we have out on the track, and that is the little Alpine that could. It's one of the smallest cars in the game, to be completely honest. It might even be the smallest. The Ginetta, I think, is even bigger. Definitely Ginetta has bigger engine, at least. But yeah, a 1.8 liter turbocharged inline 4 with about a whopping 295 brake horsepower. They're not quite, in theory, the most blisteringly quick, but here in ACC with the current balance of performance, they are absolutely rapid. And yes, of course, their size, don't let that really mess you up, because at about 2,500 pounds, significantly lighter. That's actually about 600 pounds on average lighter than the other GT4 cars out there.
And it's obviously why it's so popular, is that number 14. But either way, we've got an hour and 45 minutes left to go in this final rounds of the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals. If you've just joined us, thank you very much. A very warm welcome, whether you're watching on the SimGrid channel or you're watching on the VCO channel. It's a hearty welcome to you on behalf of us all. David Christie and Mike Nice here in the commentary box, bringing you all of the action. And we have had a thrilling race to look over on the first hour and a half almost so far of this 3 hours race. We've got a yellow flag here as we're still watching this fight for 8th position. Marco Bischoff on the back end of Robbie Stapleford. Your current podiums look like this. Matteo De Campo in the lead of the race for Thomas Engus. Sim Racing taking over from that fantastic first stint from Jeffrey Ritchie. Up the inside goes Marco Bischoff, holds the car in, a little bit of contact there, and well, that is one way to shortcut yourself into the barriers. Thankfully, Marco Bischoff there able to hold on to that car there. But it did look like he was very late on the brakes, and also it looked more aggressive than it actually was, because what happens is when the back end of that car gets hit, it drives you straight into that car there. So It did look like Marco Bischoff driving into Robbie Stableford there, but that was as a result of that first contact between the two of them.
Yeah, and I'm not sure we're going to be seeing any penalties being handed out for that, as it seems that Bischoff has received the worst end of it. Of course, he caused it. Not much. No harm, no foul, is often the thing in sim racing. But of course, that's not to be the precedent. That was a mistake from Marco, no doubt about that. But, as I said, nothing happened. So we're going to continue on. Back up at the front here, Dario, the number 55 car in P5. Some say it's fate, but I think Dario would maybe disagree. He wants to have that 55 car up about 4 positions currently from where he is, where he stands in the championship as well, the Veloce Esports, and battling with Nicholas Halbin, his championship rival. I know I hesitated on that earlier. I was correct. This is championship rival. Currently ahead, but not going to be enough points separating them by the end of this for the Veloce to be dethroned from the championship.
Yeah, that's right, because it's 24 points at the top of the championship coming into this final round. And as you rightly pointed out, Mike, these are our 2 main championship contenders, the 55 and the 14. Now, the 14 in second place, as we'll come back to that in a second here, as we've got a fight between the F1 memes team as Usmanov and Serkin going side by side, coming through Blanchimont. This has got a little bit of aggression and desperation written all over it. Daniel Serkin, can he get that car stopped there? He's got the F1 memes team on his outside. Beautiful, beautiful move. Very happy that we caught that there.
Yeah, most certainly. Nicely done, but is it done yet? That's the question. The outside line going to be had? Oh, we unfortunately are not going to be able to know. But back up here with the likes of Dario, and it looks like that overtake is done, and we have seen it full and secure. Also, seems like, oh no, that's a back, excuse me, it's a GT3 car. But back with the Darios, quite a few cars. Of course, mixed class racing always adds another element where you have a bit of confusion at all times, not really sure who you're looking at. But David, I gotta say, the back markers not being too much of an issue so far for Halbin.
Good morning to Huffmanic, although if it's morning where you are, I'm going to presume that's over in the United States, as our very own Mike Nice is. And question coming in on YouTube chat here, is that the actual Mike Nice? Well, Mike, is it?
I've been told in the past that it is, but at times I've debated it myself. But yes, it is the Mike Noss. Hello, mixed welcome. I think it's going to be Jeremy Cubbage, if I'm not mistaken, if I had to guess the name there behind the username. I'm not sure you want to be outed, but that is. Anyways, you're outed.
Well,
now.
they've
Sorry,
just been doxed.
Also, Huffman in chat. Kevin, welcome. The Box 3, one of the admins over at Box 3. Unfortunately, we saw earlier Charlie Booth have a bit of a massive collision through the Eau Rouge Radion complex with himself into the barrier. And unfortunately, the Box 3 Esports prospects looking a little bit down here tonight. But up at the front, the Veloce trying to make their way to the front as well. But welcome everyone in chat. That's something I think we've neglected a little bit. Welcome everybody, of course, on both YouTube and Twitch. We have over at the VCO Esports on Twitch and over on SimGrid on YouTube. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope you're all having a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are in this fine world. It's got plenty of racing ahead of us. We're almost halfway through the Grand Finals, the final race of it. It's been 36 hours that led up to this, plus 3 races, a 6-hour included. These drivers must be absolutely knackered, David, and almost probably happy for this to come to an end. I am a little disappointed, but I gotta say, it's been an absolute incredible ride.
It's been a hell of a way to finish off the season. I think they've all done themselves proud. I think the final hour and a half will be their kind of swan song for the communities, because remember, that's what it's all about as well. The 10 communities offering up qualifying routes for all of these drivers and all of these teams. I was also trying to rack my brains actually, because I remembered when you were talking about Kevin Huffman there, I was like, why is that name familiar? And I was like, Kevin added me on LinkedIn this week, presumably because it was nice, and retweeted his plea for they're needing, I think it's a graphic designer over at Box 3 Motorsport. And, it brings on to that whole point of community and what we're doing this for. And, all of these communities have almost got communities within the communities as well. And it's just fantastic to see, everybody, while they're out there racing on track, they'll be straight into the Discord, they'll be straight into voice chat normally, the majority of them, and congratulating each other and having a bit of a laugh and having a bit of banter, and then going and doing the same thing multiple times over the week.
I mean, that is personally what you said right there, just my entire appeal to sim racing in general, and why I'm the lead commentator over at Trackalicious, is just that I love the community aspect. I love the fact that, as you said, you're done, you're out there doing one of the most intense things that a human can do. Once again, I always go back that this is the most exciting thing side-by-side racing that you can ever feel, any feeling ever. You're so buzzed. And contact happens, emotions run extremely high in racing, but at the end of the day, you come into the Discord, you apologize, you say, hey man, I messed up, that's my bad. You move on from it, next time around you have an even better race. And that, like I say, is just the beauty of the communities here, and obviously Tracklicious being the one that I'm from, 9 other communities as well, all involved with this, and all of them have that same sentiment. Of course, all located in different countries as well, putting on different events. So for any of them that do suit your fancy, definitely check out all of them. In the SimGrid, the championship, I know there's a link to all of the champions, or all of the challengers. We're resuming here. This is a battle forward with the Trackalicious car, Quinn Smith, for P40, or P39 here.
Yeah, this is awesome. This has been going to and fro over the past couple of corners here. Quinn Smith fighting it out with the 796 RCI Esports GT4 car that's currently got Philip Breha behind the wheel of this. And, this is another point that I keep banging on time and time again. As somebody that does the occasional sim race, I'm trying to get back into doing it more and being more competitive. But, wow. Okay, I'll come back to that second in a sec, because Marco Bischoff gets the move done on Robbie Stapleford. Stapleford almost kind of just accepts that position. He's done and dusted, tries to have a look up the inside, but again, he's going to be beaten to that inside line as they come up to double gauge here, and that's a little bit wide there though from Marco Bischoff. That opens up the door to the Rocket Sim Sport car, that number 22 on the inside. Last of the late breakers onto the inside, a little bit of contact there, and I think Bischoff is going to try and hold on to the outside there, but it's still neck and neck, still side by side. Bischoff's going to have the inside line to the right-hander, and surely Robbie Stapleford is going to have to let that one go. He does indeed. What I was going to say though is, you can have all your aliens and your top title contenders and things like that in the top 10, but the great thing about racing like this is when you're down in, outside the top 15, outside the top 20 or whatever, when your Quinn Smith almost gets wiped out by that box 3 Ferrari there, it doesn't matter where you are, as long as you've got somebody else to fight with to drag you on, it makes it the most enjoyable experience.
Yeah, absolutely. As I was saying, it doesn't matter. Racing's the most thrilling thing. It doesn't matter if it's for P1 or if it's for P last. And in fact, sometimes that battle for P last can be even more intense than P1, as it's all about the pride, right? We're all here at the end of the day just to have a good time. And once again, I try to say that because it's a sentiment that often gets lost in sim racing. Of course, we have all these super high up esports events, and obviously there's a lot of fun involved with those as well. But at the end of the day, it's a very serious tone. These drivers putting in hours and hours and hours of practice. This, not so much. Obviously, the drivers putting in the hours and hours of practice, but still, at the end of the day, you don't have that cutthroat esports environment. You're not worried about your team re-signing you. You're here just to have some fun. And whoa, the Lamborghinis, both of them, having a very happy rear end there as they come through the Lecombe chicane.
I have bad news for you. You might want to sit down for this, ladies and gentlemen, but our beloved 348 Glitch Motorsport car that binned it at the top of Eau Rouge and Radion has binned it at the top of Eau Rouge and Radion. Again, we saw very briefly at the corner of our eyes there as these two cars were cresting over the hill there. It was facing into the barrier, and I think that is exactly what it has done again, because it brought out a yellow flag. It was sitting stationary at the top of the hill. Has got going again there, but yeah, that 348 currently being driven by Patrick Pellegrino. That car is it's in a difficult spot. We've got a fight for P28 just now. That is the 211 and the 111 car fighting it out respectively just now. This is for P4 and P5 in class. Niels Unger and Vincent Pruel fighting it out, and that is of course the Viperin Racing GT4 car and the next Neon Racing car as well. So fourth fight is going on just now. But Mike, an hour and a half has gone. We're getting a replay, I've been told, of that 348. Mike, you might want to put your head behind the pillow for this one.
Yes, this is not going to be ideal. Well, here we have the, let's see, the Ferrari 296 coming down Eau Rouge. Unsettled minorly, touches the inside curve. Whoa, violent snap of oversteer as they hit the curve. That was an odd one. That was a very odd one. That's just a bit of a Ferrari moment. Hit the thing. Whoa. Definitely didn't think he was going to put it in reverse there. Definitely not.
You saw it going backwards, didn't you? And you're like, no,
yes.
no. I've watched too many sim races where I've seen that happen, and it's absolutely brutal.
Huh. Nonetheless, we resume. Very unfortunate there for the glitch. Takes out. That's going to put a massive hindrance on their race. Back up here with Nicholas Halbin, though, in the Unicorns of Love. Currently ahead in P4 of the likes of Dario Limula in P5. 3/10 behind. These two have been inseparable. 38 laps these two cars have managed to stay almost side by side with each other. Still between the hands of two different drivers, and they're still inseparable.
Yep, just saying that the 87 car of T-Spain for QRT Esports just now, that is into the pits. I think that day is done and dusted for those ones just now. But the lead of the race, Mattia De Campo, 5.5 seconds ahead of Carlo D'Elia. So that is the 34 Thomas Enga Sim Racing car ahead of the 179 Italian Job ITJ Setups car. And then in third place, Tommy Rozier for that 27 SAL Esports Logitech G outfit. They've been doing a grand job. And again, going to the communities that they represent, Thomas Enga Sim Racing is racing for Formula Racing League, I believe it is, the 34. Formula Racing League. The 179 Italian Jobs machine is Formula Racing League as well. And the 27 is Low Fuel Motorsport. So again, a wide variety in that GT3 class of communities on display.
Yeah, most certainly. And once again, the whole point that we are here, of course, is those communities. And massive shout out to VCO, massive shout out to SimGrid for putting this amazing event on, and as well all of our live stewards behind the scenes and our broadcast production. Thank you all so much, as we've eclipsed our halfway point, David. 1 hour, 29 minutes, and 30 seconds left. These drivers are going to be head down to the end.
They certainly are. With that, Mike, as well, I'm just wondering, is there anything do you think is going to change in this last an hour and a half now? Because what we usually find is that they do the first hour and they push really, really hard, and then they'll try and get whatever positions that they can in the next stint. But normally in that third stint, it seems to be where things calm down. But I'm watching this fight with Nick Hubin and Danilo Lemulo. I get the feeling this is all going to come to a head very, very quickly.
It looks like it's going to come to head right now, in fact, as we have Nicholas Halman on the on the inside here, bumping and banging into the Lacombe chicane. That's going to run out of track there for the Veloce Esports, and that attempt is thwarted this time around. Bit of a heavy defense there from Nicholas, but he managed to hold on for now. Is the writing on the walls, though? That's the question. I think Nicholas, he may know that. In fact, I think Dario also senses the blood in the water, as the pace is staying very strong here for the Lamborghini. As we come back here with Robbie Stapleford in P9, still with the Lamborghini. Marco, the outside line for Marco, and that's going to be some contact mid-corner. That's going to force him onto the marbles. That's going to pick up some, or really affect the traction as they head through No Name, but no, Marco able to keep the position.
Sportsmanship, absolute sportsmanship there from Robbie Stapleford. You saw him pull completely out of that move and allow Marco Bischoff to retake that position. That was really, really good. He wants to take it, but he wants to take it firm and fair. You can see there confirmation of a penalty going across your screen. We've got incident between cars 5 and 799. It's a warning to the 799 for causing a collision. That was back on lap 27. And then the incident between the 48 and the 348, that was a racing incident. So yeah, Robbie Stapleford, he did try and throw that car up the inside there. There was a bit of contact with him and Marco Bischoff. Bischoff then getting washed out wide. And I think Robbie Stapleford has been in enough races to know that if he held on to that position, he would likely have gotten a penalty. Whereas if he lets go of it immediately, chances are it gets looked on a little bit more favourably by race control and by the stewards. So that's not to say it won't happen, but usually it's more likely to be deemed as a racing incident. So they pick up the pieces and try that all over again. But Robbie Stapleford then for Rocket Simsport chasing down Marco Bischoff just now as they go down into La Source. As Mike now said, we are into the final half of this race here, and again, it's all on the exit of the chicane and the exit of La Source. That's where moves are done here, Mike.
Yeah, as we head now on down into the overtaking spot, the slipstream is going to be favorable for the McLaren. Also, the straight line speed in the favor. You can see great exit as we close it up. Now, the inside line, are we going to have it? We are, in fact. It's going to be granted right to us. Robbie Stapleford going to have a full-on look. And that GT4 car, I can already see it now, is in the worst position for the Lamborghini. And there is nothing that the Lamborghini can do there. That was the worst possible time for Marco to catch a GT4. And for Robbie, though, he's going to be walking away smiling.
He'll be very, very happy. The thing is, the Lamborghini's got past that McLaren once before. It can certainly do it again, but they're going to have to think about tyres, they're going to have to think about fuel, they're going to have to think about strategy, and they're going to have to think about what comes next, because while this fight is going on between Robbie Stapleford and Marco Bischoff, once those two are done, they don't really have anyone that they can hunt down and chase down. As we look at your race leader, Matteo De Campo for Thomas Enga Sim Racing, just ahead of Carlo D'Elia then. That is the look for the GT3s. Back with the GT4s, so Chris Warner in the lead of that one by about 1.6 seconds ahead of Matteo Zampedri. And then in the 12th car, you've got Ruggiero in that final podium spot just now. He's 18 seconds, if you can believe, off of this fight. So Zampedri still holding on to the fight for the lead, but other than that, it's pretty much done and dusted for the GT4s.
Yeah, it is, that's for sure, which is a little unfortunate. But also, what is to be said, the gaps here on something I wanted to touch on, a great point there, David. We're seeing very tight margins, and I know, of course, you were mentioning before in the GT, or in endurance races, typically what you see in the first hour, very close racing. In the second hour, you tend to see the gaps spreading further and further apart, and by the third, the gaps are typically around the 10 to 15 to 20 second margin. We're not seeing that here. Matteo De Campo is still leading this race, but only by 5 seconds, and there's a 4-second gap to Tommy, and then a 5-second gap to Nicholas. Now that's 20 seconds separating the top four, which is a good amount, but it's not what you would expect. And as I always like to say, anything can happen in racing, David, and it normally does. So here, I'd say this race is not over by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, at this point, it's still within that uncomfortable point where, you know, if you make a mistake or you start losing time, then you can get pounced on and bad things can happen. Certainly, when you look at the top four, 4.5 seconds, 4 seconds, 4.8 seconds, 1.6 seconds. That top five is still, I mean, God, a 10-second penalty in the pit stops, a drive-through penalty would destroy your race at this point in time. So again, it's just a case of fighting, but fighting firm and fighting fair with just an hour and 20 minutes left to go. The last thing you want to do is incur any sort of penalty whatsoever, which is exactly what has happened with the incident between the 333 and the 348. That is the Virtual Drivers by TX3 333 car and the 348 of Glitch Motorsport, a drive-through to the 348 for causing a collision. You hate to see it, but that is a bad day, going from bad to terrible to goddamn awful in the blink of an eye here. Back to this fight though for P8 at the moment, and Robbie Stapleford in that McLaren in that number 22 Rocket Simsport machine, still holding off the Sprout Esports car of Marco Bischoff. I get the feeling that the Lamborghini has the better pace, but has been consistently caught out by lap traffic, and that is exactly why we see that 22 McLaren just off in front. And watching with this one, we're just finding out that because that's the second drive through the day for the 358, they've got 3 license points today. They'll get an additional drive-through once this one is served. Us up to the outside goes Marco Bischoff, and it's almost contact with a GT4 car, but this is getting very, very sketchy indeed. But thankfully that McLaren lives to tell the tale on that. But Mike, a third drive-through for that 358 going to be heading their way.
That is devastating. That is absolutely devastating, as I mentioned before, it's been a while since I said it, but of course the pit lane here at Spa-Francorchamps is the most brutal out of any ACC track. 92 seconds you'll spend in total if you do manage to stop and take tires. Now, of course, for a drive-through penalty that's going to be negated by about 30, you're looking at about a 57-second trip down pit lane just to add to your race time.
Unbelievable. And the thing with that as well is that you've not only got that time, but the time that it takes you to recover out of pit lane, because when you remember Eau Rouge and Radio and cars going at full tilt, you'll just be recovering by that point. As we've got, oh, this is all getting a bit sketchy. That is the Revolt car trying to thread the eye of a needle through GT4 cars, and thankfully somehow manages to do that. But we're watching Danilo Sergin for Motorsharks Esports, and he is in a fight just now with Veldman just behind him. But there you go, confirmation. Montanaco in that 348 has served his drive-through and has been immediately hit with another drive-through. At which point do you think that Montanaco is just like, nah, I'm done. I'm just alt F4 out of this?
Well, when you're in P40 battling with the GT4s and you're in a GT3, I would understand. I always encourage people, though, make it to the checkered flag, especially in these endurance races and with the likes of the caliber out in the field. You can always learn something. You know, you always learn how to, endurance races in particular, you learn how to work with your teams. You learn how to drive with some of the people out on track. Why not make it to the end? You've already dedicated the time. You already have the commitment in place. Just stick with it. That's, like I say, that's always my mentality. I understand if you do get into a collision, a bit of frustration. Maybe you don't make it to the end, and maybe that's for the best. But at the end of the day, of course, picking up the... I think one of the biggest things that we do need to touch on, though, is that, of course, that second drive-through penalty a lot of people may be confused on, but that's, of course, because of infringing on the license points, picking up way too many license points there on your license, and as a result, you pick up another penalty. And so the drivers all in this field need to be aware of that. Keep it clean, keep it calm and cool and consistent, and make it down to the checkered flag here with 1 hour and 19 minutes left. It's definitely doable. We'll see if they can manage it, though.
Well, Mike, you say why not make it to the end? Mostly because I'm an emotionally crippled adult. That's why. Alt F4. I did it this week. I was in I think it was a 45-minute community race that I was doing on, I think it was Wednesday night, as we're watching Eugene Gonchuruk here with T-Sins in that BMW, trying to get away past here. Can't quite make it happen though. Yeah, I was in a community race on iRacing on Wednesday, and it was a GT3 sprint race at Silverstone, and I hadn't really put any practice into it because I just moved house, so just got myself all set up, got a brand new rig and all that sort of stuff. And then it was just a case of, I knew I was going to be towards the back of the field anyway, and it was circulating, but when you're right at the back and you're getting bumped and bashed and banged about, yeah, that's usually the point where I'm just like, I'm going to go and play some Valorant instead. I'm going to go and do something much more enjoyable with my time. But the other thing is that these things, you know, if it's something that you're going to be doing time and time and time again, as you said, there's always something to learn, whether that is learning patience, whether that is always improving your racecraft, something that I think that, you know, so many drivers need to raise massively, the racing awareness, the racecraft, and the ability to drive in traffic. Yeah, it's just I'll put my hands up and say that I am very prone to that.
Also, one of the other things as well in terms of that is just, you know, I've lost my train of thought. Never mind. I've completely lost my train of thought.
What did I say?
I don't even know what I was going to say. I've literally forgotten completely what was on my mind there. That is terrible. It's too early for this. But nonetheless, we're taking a look here. This is Jordan Daly in P11. He is under threat right now from Leonardo Porco in P12. But yeah, I'll remember that here in a little bit. I just have forgotten. It's annoying. But back at it. We are seeing some pit stops. In fact, Robbie Stapleford into the pits.
We're not, Mike. I just want to jump in just very quickly. Jan Polak, race engineer from Rocket Simsport, actually just sent me a message for this. Robbie Stapleford pulling that car in to retire. They've had a sickness with their third driver, and that car is no longer going to be able to continue the race, so they've decided to just pull that car in. Absolutely devastating for Rocket Simsport. They were doing so well. and unfortunately they cannot continue this race. Obviously they need the 3 drivers to do that, otherwise they'd get punished. And oh my god, that's absolute heartbreak on this final round of the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals.
Yeah, definitely. You never want to see that, especially, of course, that was Rocket Sim Sport qualifying through Formula Racing League. Going to be hindering a couple points there at the end there for FRL, but, you know, real life obviously comes first, and that is the priority here in sickness. No fun. It's no fun, so not wanting to drive with that, totally understandable. Very unfortunate, as the number 22 car was on for a great result here tonight, but coming to a close.
And oh my god, I've been in that position where you're feeling under the weather, where whether it's been the flu or the cold or whatever, and because I race in VR as well, you think, oh, I'm not feeling great, I can't really do any work or anything like that, I'm just going to go and pop on the sim for a bit. My god, is that the worst mistake you could ever do, because you forget the amount of concentration, the amount of, you know, energy that it takes to actually take part in a race is, and it's no fun for anybody. It's no fun for the driver, it's no fun for anyone around you, because you're just not yourself. It's never a fun time. So the third driver that was obviously due to get into the car there, I believe, was Grant Wilmot. So we wish speedy recovery to Grant. Hopefully it's nothing too major, and hopefully it's just a little bit of unwellness or bedridden or whatever, and it passes very, very quickly indeed. But Mike, an hour and 15 minutes left to go, and it feels like we've reached that point again where the race is just starting to settle down, just starting to chill out ever so slightly.
Yeah, drivers definitely, I know I said it before that the gaps would start closing. We're actually seeing the gaps remain relatively the same here. In terms of lap times, fastest lap last time around the track was a 2:16.7. That was from our race leader, Mattia de Campoa. In fact, the only driver into the 2:16s currently, with the track temp down to 11 degrees Celsius. It's a chilly one out here in the Belgian countryside. It's very cold. Going to be a struggle to get the heat into the tires here and keep it on the track. Grip is going to be a luxury.
Yes, very cold as I look at the outdoor temperature today, and it's 7 degrees. It's like, yeah, that'll do. Yoi Jason, so it's all over the back of Goncharuk here. This is the fight for 15th position in the GT3s, and this is what exactly we were talking about half an hour ago, saying that it makes it so much more enjoyable when you've got a friend, when you've got a little fight, a little party that you can have, and you can also see the 23 just behind, the Clean Racing Finland car of Mikko Rakola. He wants to get involved in this as well, but that BMW is absolutely charging right now for DC Sim Racing. They both come up the crest of the hill. Fantastic on board with Mikko Rakola. Then the BMW goes wide, coming over the crest of Radion, and this could be the run here for the McLaren. Can he make anything happen on this? I don't think he's close enough right now. You've got a GT4 car almost getting caught up in this as well. Is everybody going to survive and get through? Almost. Mikko gets caught just behind that GT4 car. But 15 minutes left to go, I think, before, Mike, we see our next round of pit stops here. I think that's when you're going to see the top 10, I think, just sort of ease off a little bit, and then those that are outside the top 10 push like hell to get whatever points that they can.
Yeah, and as we come down to the closing hour, it is getting very much interesting, as especially for P7 and 6, we're seeing gaps close up. Florian Mock going to come under pressure from Corbin at some point. We're watching, though, the battle here with Joey and the likes of Eugene. This is for P15. Eugene Goncharuk. So far, let's see, in terms of positions gained, actually, a big shout-out. Joey up 10 positions from P26 in that BMW. The BMW, I know it's a car that I've said in the previous Road to the Grand Finals races, hasn't had much love since the 1.9 update. But clearly today, something else is being shown. Maybe at Spa. I'm not sure if it's a very strong car at Spa. But in P6 and in P16, looking decent for the BMW tonight.
Absolutely is, as we're watching Jordan Daly then fighting with the Lamborghini. Just behind that is the number 60 Team Ballas esports car, Leonardo Porco, that is behind the wheel of that one. The two of them come charging down the hill at Eau Rouge, then up through Radion again. We've done 46 laps in the book here. That's a run. That is a run and a half from the Lamborghini, but is it enough? I don't think it is. They're coming along the Kennel Straight just now. No sign of a move there from Leonardo Poco. As I say that, he sends it up the inside. That's Optimus at its finest. Jordan Daly very, very tentatively just holds on to that lead. That was very diplomatic, I think is the right word to use for the RCI esports driver, as well as we've got a GT4 car off in the distance here. But granted, we've had a couple of moments here, and we've had a couple of wild moments, but all intents and purposes, this has been a very, very well behaved race here, Mike.
Absolutely. It's been fairly good. I know we've had a couple incidents that have happened, but hey, once again, it's racing. Anything happens. Here with this Team Ballast car, I wanted to make a quick little mention. Leonardo Porco. Fun little fact about this driver. He, first off, is an SRO endurance driver, so no slouch. I'm not sure what category, if he's in the silver or the gold. But regardless, has participated in previous SRO events. And also, another fun little fact about Leonardo Porco. Now, if anyone, of course, I know we have all of the talk about Fanatec direct drive wheels. I know we have the brand new Logitech direct drive wheel that's come out. Well, Leonardo here, he's driving on a Logitech G25. So for anybody that is doubting their skills and saying, oh, well, my equipment isn't good enough for me to be quick, Leonardo is driving on some very old equipment here and making excellent work of it.
All I'm going to say on that one is something that I bang on all about all the time. Gear does not matter. Sim racing gear, it doesn't matter whether you've got a £80 wheel or a £3,500 wheel. It does not make you a faster driver. Does it make the experience more immersive? Absolutely. Does it make it more fun? Yes, it does. Does it make you feel more connected with the car? Totally. But it does not necessarily give you extra tens just spending more money, and that is one of the crucial things. And I think for me is what makes it so awesome for sim racing, because it is a great leveler, is the fact that you can just get whatever gear you want. I went and bought myself, no word of a lie, just because it's going to be a very short time that I'm up here in this new house, I bought myself a £100 entry-level budget sim racing wheel, and it's really annoyed me because before that I had like £500-600 worth of same equipment, and I'm like, I can't tell that, there's not £400 worth of difference between that, and it doesn't matter. It's all about that enjoyment. The G25, as you said, came out about 10 years ago or something like
probably.
that, and has like notchy, grainy force feedback. It's not one of your super duper direct drive wheels, and yet still showing that it doesn't matter. And it's an awkward one because obviously, somehow they've got to justify spending $2,500 on a sim racing setup, but it doesn't matter, Mike.
No, it most certainly doesn't. And that's the beauty, once again, I always go back, that's the beauty of being human. We can learn how to drive with our feet if we really wanted to and still be at the alien esport level. Might take a little bit more practice, but it's still doable. I guess we already drive with our feet. That was a terrible example, but regardless, you know what I mean. And of course, we have lots of gamepad users as well, controller users that are extremely rapid. One that I can think of, Jace Wright, in leagues that I commentate on, extremely quick, especially as of late. But, really, that's just that barrier to entry, right? As a lot of people think, oh, well, if I need to get into sim racing, I need to spend all this money and do all these things and have all that. No, you don't. You can join with an Xbox 360 controller if you really want. You just need to obviously adjust your standards, adjust your driving, and be aware that you are on a keyboard or on a controller. But still, it's doable. And that's the beauty, especially with all these communities, is you have these varying skill levels. And that is where a lot of the people are. You're going to find a home. If you are, maybe looking to dip your toe into sim racing, take a look at any one of these communities. I know we have, obviously, Trackalicious, who I'm with. We run rookie races over there. We have DC Sim Racing, the Dutch community. It's what DC stands for. So if you're a Dutch driver looking into some other events, that's going to be a great spot there. We have the Italian teams, so much diversity and throughout this entire planet. It's awesome to see. And like I said, there's a home for everybody out there. If you're out there in chat looking for a little, maybe to dip your toe into the sim racing waters, take a look at any one of those amazing 10 communities and have a talk, because every single one of them is going to help you out.
What always makes me laugh is that, it never feels like we go a week there's always some sort of argument, and we like to think that sim racing, that's that exclusively to us, the ability to kind of fall out over, you know, what sim is the best, what wheels and pedals is the best, what, you know, what's the meta setup for this week and everything like that. But the truth is that happens throughout any hobby, any passion. You're gonna find those arguments where we're trying to distinguish ourselves, you know, oh, this is better than that, you know. I can imagine, like, if you're sim flying or that, or like, for instance, I do DJing and stuff like that as well, so it's carbon copy. It's the same arguments and the same things that come up time and time again. Oh, you know, it's not proper unless you're using XYZ equipment, or you're using this type of music, or whatever. It's like, honestly, you just feel like saying, just shush, just shut up and let people enjoy themselves. Yeah, anyway. Right, I'm off in the soapbox. I put soapbox away for the rest of the race here, because I suppose we better actually go and talk about what is actually happening here. Now, interesting point that I actually found out during the week, Mike. You can see there in 13th position, Cody Sherritt behind the wheel of the 33 Lamborghini for Genesis Esports. I had no idea, although it's one of those kind of obvious things that related to, I think maybe younger brother, but definitely related, family member of Jordan Sherritt. One, you know, a very, very famous name within Assetto Corsa Competizione and, you know, the whole GT3 racing here. But yeah, I guess I was a little bit surprised to learn that family connection there.
I didn't know that. That is actually fascinating.
I only found it out this week, but it's one of those things that you're just like, oh, right, okay, I probably should have guessed that. Yeah.
There are two extremely rapid drivers with the last name of Sherritt. Do they have any relation? I don't know very well. No, of course. Makes sense.
And of course, Jordan Sherritt, factory driver for Scuderia Ferrari Esports. And it was just when we were talking midweek, I do the commentary for the Genesis Esports competition, and it was actually said that, you know, Jordan gives a lot of pointers to Cody, and Cody is like a wickedly fast driver. So I guess that's the other point as well, is that, you know, you've got a lot of talent in this championship, in this competition here, but it kind of waters itself out, because when everybody's insanely talented, it's difficult to kind of know where to look on these things.
Yeah, most certainly. And another thing I'd be curious as well is, I wonder how old Cody is compared to Jordan there. I wonder if Cody is even out of high school. I know we have a lot of younger, I mean, I'm just making assumptions, I have no idea. We have a lot of young people in the sim racing community, which is awesome to see. In fact, I have the pleasure of commentating League on Friday. Well, we have a 12-year-old driver that takes part in it, and they just last night won the championship.
Let's go.
12-year-old driver, Vinicius Duzzi, shout out to the Brazilian, the golden boy. So rapid, so clean, and so quick. And that's just a real testament, to the internet. The internet is an incredible thing, and you can learn how to do whatever you want at extremely young ages, but also just a testament, once again, to humans and how awesome we are and able to learn that stuff. But Vinicius, I gotta say, a 12-year-old winning championships with the likes of very quick drivers, that's a bit much.
I'm sorry, I have to take a stand against that. As a 40-year-old man, I couldn't handle that. I couldn't handle getting my backside handed to me by a 12-year-old on sim racing. It's just that's it. That's the point at which point I'm selling everything up. But that actually does bring up another point, though, because while we're saying that about how young they are, it's another equalising factor here with sim racing, is that age doesn't matter either. You don't have the same limiting factors as we see around the outside. Joey Thiessen's trying to make a move there on Eugene Goncharuk there, and gets it done. Beautiful move for position there. That's for P15 there, so gets that job done. That McLaren sent backwards at rate knots. Is it going to be a move up the inside into Los Source? Of course it is, and the BMW just lets that one happen. But yeah, age just doesn't tend to matter at all, as we're watching Matthias and Pedri onto the back of Chris Warner here. So this is a fight for position. A little bit of a hip check there from the GT3. This leaves him very, very vulnerable. Here comes Pedri round the inside of double gauche. Little bit of contact. Oh, that was a huge moment there going into double gauche. And another little bit of contact for good measure there. Pedri, I think, is going to have the wrath of the stewards having a little look at him there, because I'm a fan of firm and fair racing there, but I'm not sure there was a need for all that contact between the two of them.
No, definitely not, but hey, the position is done, and Mattia looking forward now to an empty track ahead of him in terms of the GT4 field, so we'll see if the stewards do end up putting any sort into there, as I said, or as you say, very close. I have no idea how that one is going to rule. The 204 car does take the advantage, and Chris Warner dropped down to second. Definitely do not count that Apex 1 car out. Leading the championship right now is that GT4, and, well, there's a reason that Apex 1 is doing such a good job. They have, for the entirety of this championship, been extremely dominant and managing to continue it so far.
For sure, as we're watching GT3s get in amongst the GT4s as well. You can see though Warner just close it up on Pedri at a rate of knots here just now. And again, that Apex 1 car will be desperate to try and get its position back. We've got a car going into pit lane just now. That might have been Sunstrom there in the GT4 class. I don't think it was, actually. I think that was one of the GT3 cars. What the heck have we got going on here? Three-way battle coming up through into Blanchimont, side by side with the BMW, because of course we are. Why not? Let's go. Let's see what the BMW has in store. Yoyi Thiessen's on the back of Goncharuk. Is it going to be a dive into the inside into the chicane? No, but have a look at the McLaren on the outside. Tried to make it move. Rakula, oh my goodness, I thought that must have been contact, but it wasn't. It was the BMW of Thiessen's deciding that he's going into pit lane. Well, do you remember when I said that the third section of the race was going to be quite quiet? I might have to retract that.
Yeah, I think you might. That is also, my apologies. I got Apex 1 currently in P2 in the standings, and Absolute Motorsports leading the championship. I flipped that around. My apologies. But nonetheless, yeah, this is getting down to a very spicy final part of the race here as we have it. 1 hour left. We're getting into the final pit stop phase now. We have about 10 more minutes till our leader, Mattia De Campo, has to come in for his one mandatory stop. And we'll see if he hands the car over, as he stayed behind the wheel for the first session. And with two other teammates, I'm assuming not all drivers have to take part, but very interesting.
Certainly is. With under an hour left to go here, this is going to be a very, very interesting end to the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals live here on the SimGrid and the VCO social channels, as we are still watching Matthias Pedri holding on to the lead of that newly acquired lead to the GT4 class ahead of Chris Warner, then 7/10 of a second separating them just now. And again, with these final pit stops within view for the drivers here, and with the fact that we have really only got, you know, a limited opportunity for any changes to actually happen now, Matthias Pedri in the lead of the race here with one hand on that championship for Absolute Motorsport Acelith here.
And, you know, also big shout out to chat. We have Tom Bryant in chat giving a shout out to the Ballast team for some amazing and clean battling. Nothing but respect shown to our GT4. So big love there in chat. Massive shout out. Also, we got Trackalicious, Eric Gukasian joining us in chat. Welcome, Eric. Hope everyone is enjoying this stream as it has. Once again, this is the Grand Finals of the Grand Finals. This is it, everyone. This doesn't get any more. No more racing for the Grand Finals after this. And we see our final pit stop phase unfolding.
Certainly do. So GT4s is who we have an eye on just now. GT3s will be coming in very shortly just now. Just to give you a reminder of the GT3 layout at the moment, Mattia De Campo in the lead of the GT3s with Thomas Enges Sim Racing just now. And then it is the 179 just behind. That's Carlo Delia in the in that 179, excuse me, for the Italian job ITJ setups. In second place, Nicholas Hubin for Unicorns of Love up into P3 ahead of Tommy Rozier behind the wheel of that number 27 SDL Esports car. So that car's dropped down as well, but that means that Dario Iumulo is down into 5th position. Now remember, those two Lamborghinis were fighting it out tooth and nail here, and that is Nick Hubin just getting that position away from that one. So as we said, 57 minutes left to go. We are just moments away from getting our full final pit stops as the number 11 in the GT3s, that is Reguli Racing Cube Controls, getting a drive-through penalty, and that is for track limits.
That's a real shame. They're down 11 positions already from where they started, so that is just going to add insult to injury there for Jose Alejandro Perez in P20. Definitely not going to finish in P20. Still, though, 57 minutes left to go. Recovery is available. Brian Knappen behind the wheel there in P21 and behind the 40 car. As we see it, though, Portico currently chasing down the likes of Daly in front, reeling him in very slowly, but keeping him honest at the same time. As there's a yellow flag from Cody Sher. Was that an out of the pit? It might be out of the pits. But nonetheless, as we will find out soon enough, Portico to the line here to complete lap 53. And we are winding down here.
We certainly are, but it's a chance now to reflect and to pause, as that is very, very wide from the car just in front. I think that might have been Elias Gonchuruk just in front. No, that is one of the BMWs actually that is getting a lap put on them. I think that might be Salmon that is a way to get overtaken there just now. But out of the Eau Rouge Radion complex just now, here comes Leonardo Porco. That is one of the DC sim racing machines. You got a GT4 car jumping into the mix as well, into Le Com then, and that is indeed the BMW, I think, of Salmon, just having that move done on them. So a lapped car nonetheless, and Porco now having to try and catch up to the back end of Daly. There is your race leader for the GT3s, Mate De Campo for Thomas Engus Sim Racing, just under an hour away from taking the top spot here in this third and final race of the championships here for the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals.
Now, I do have to say, my current driver of the day pick, now David, I'm going to put this to you here in a minute. My current driver of the day pick, though, is going to Nicholas Hauben. Up 6 positions, man started in P8 behind the wheel of the number 14 car, and against all odds has managed to put it up into P2 and still has a chance for the race win here, does the Unicorns of Love. Now, obviously, Unicorns of Love P2 in the championship, trying to take the win here tonight. It's looking unlikely over Valache, but I got to give credit where credit's due here. Nicholas Hauben and co. Excellent drive so far. Now, David, I'm going to put it to you.
Not a bad shout there, Mike. I'm going to go a different way. I'm going to go with a Spirit of the Race award for myself on that one for driver of, or rather Team of the Day for me. That 348 car of Glitch Motorsport, currently with Maximilian Montanaco behind the wheel. The fact that they have crashed out twice. They've had God knows how many drive-through penalties being given to them. It's been a horrible day for them, but they're still going. They're still out there. They're still circulating, and they're still putting the laps in. I think that that's for me. They've had a brilliant performance, and I definitely wouldn't put it past them, because when you've got a day like that going against you, it just makes it so difficult. And they're still out there, still putting in the laps, and like I said, it's a lot of respect for them.
Yeah, having put in 5 trips down pit lane in this race is definitely not where you want to be, but sticking with it to the very end, as I said before, getting that checkered flag, mainly just for the credit. You know, that is really, at the end of the day, you're not just bringing home the checkered flag for yourself, you're bringing it home for your team. You're bringing it home for your community as well, and, you know, it's all about finishing. Finish first you have to finish, and, well, if you never finish a race, you're never going to finish first. So, great shout out there, Maximiliano in P29.
For sure. I was also just noticing that there's been a little bit of an announcement onto Assetto Corsa Competizione. And Mike, I don't know if you saw this. I was having a brief look at Twitter while we're watching GT3s and GT4s. We've got some new GT2s. We've got the Porsche 935 and the 911 GT2 RS CS Evo. I'm quite happy with that.
Supposedly coming with the Nordschleife update.
Let's go! That's what I'm excited for.
All hoping. And we have our leader currently coming down pit lane. This is their final pit stop of the Grand Finals, hopefully. And we will see them serve it now. But yeah, of course, I think that is the talk of the town as well, is of the Nordschleife coming to ACC. I think everyone is beyond excited for that. And hopefully we see it early in in the first quarter of 2024. Obviously, there's talks very early about it. I'm not so sure about that one. But hopefully towards March, we'll see it. But yes, and as well as the GT2 cars, that's going to be super fun. Seeing a competitive KTM, something that I don't think we've ever seen. Of course, the cross.
Wash your mouth out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
How dare you?
My apologies. I clearly hit a nerve on that one.
No, it's the other way about. I'll believe it when I see it, when we get a KTM that is actually.
Sure.
But do you know what? That if you ever want to have a fun race, just get a server and just mandate it to the KTM. That is, that's when the fun things happen. Yeah. Exactly. There's fun things to be had here. I remember actually as part of the SimGrid, they used to do all these like really amusing fun events, like it was like the Masters races and stuff, like where they bring out the OG original content machines that nobody even looks at anymore. Cars that haven't been driven in like about 2 years. I think the Maserati was there. The Jag. I remember that they did an entire race dedicated to the Jag. That is, I mean, there's a lot of these races, because obviously you go for the fastest cars, you go for the best performing cars, but I think there's a lot to be said in these one-class races.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, SimGrid just recently put on an extremely fun event. And that was, I had the pleasure of commentating that myself. I was commentating that with Chris Buxton, where we had GT3s, followed up by Porsche Cups, followed up by Ferrari Challenge. And my goodness, the Ferrari Challenge race did not disappoint, and that was at Monza.
As we see Matteo Zempedri in the pit lane from the lead of the GT4s then. Nick Hubin comes in from the inherited lead of the race. As we have got, oh my god, what have we got going on here? GT4s and GT3s battering lumps out of each other. This is fight for position for P14. You've got Kovalev in the McLaren trying to hold on to Christoph Salmon for DC Sim Racing, coming through Blanchimont then. As you go under the bridge, it's going to be onto the brakes there. The BMW absolutely sent it, as you always knew it was going to. Climbs over the curb and gets into that final corner. A little bit of a bump there, and well, that's going to go down like a bucket of cold sick with the stewards. But Felipe Moriera in that Lamborghini, he fancies a little fight of this, or a little bite of this action as well.
Nicely done, though. Great defense so far from Pavel as he holds on, able to go deep into the first corner and gain that momentum. Now, as we head down the Orange Radion complex, that's not Pavel, excuse me, that's a GT4 car. But Christoph Samin caught up behind the traffic in the worst possible way. Now, this doesn't just affect you through the Orange Radion complex. Wait a second. Oh my goodness, that is an incredible run from behind. Is that going to be Kartuian? We're 3 wide currently, heading down the Keppel Straight down towards Lacombe. This is anybody's braking zone here as they all fight for the same piece of tarmac, and it has been coming together. The Lamborghini loses the back end, flashes the headlights from up ahead. The Lamborghini, though, falling back down. That's going to be Moria. Now into P17, back at it though. Moria gets the overtake onto Mattia. Christoph Samin leading, bumping and banging into Brussels as they go through. And the Lamborghini forced to the outside, sticking with it though as Mattia trying to capitalize, but not able to do so.
Oh my goodness me, that was awesome to watch. You saw contact there and the Ferrari getting sent sideways there, but unfortunately that's what's always going to happen as 3 cars make their way along the Kemmel Straight and onto the brakes into Lacombe. Then Christoph Salmon getting to tail the tail of that one just now as he goes round the tiny shadow of an Alpine GT4 car. but it is Christoph Salmon then at the head of that group. He's got Felipe Moriera just behind him there as well, and that Ferrari just behind him of Guazids. Unfortunately losing out massively, but 48 minutes left to go in this race here. Final drivers coming in, and well, again, I feel kind of stupid for saying that this was going to be a bit of a quiet way to end the race.
And on top of that, David, the Rajoli racing car, currently sitting in P3 for the GT4s, has picked up a stop-go 30 penalty. That is going to really play into the cards here for Simone Alessandro in P29 and overall P4 in class. That is huge at the very end here.
It absolutely is, and that is exactly what you don't want. The thing is we see the Lamborghini making a dive up the inside. The BMW is going to try and get the cut back. Beautiful, beautiful, intelligent move there from the BMW of Christoph Salmon, and that is exactly what you want to see. Listen, if you get a penalty, you kind of want to make sure you have it in the first half hour of your race, because you can undo the damage from that point. But if you get one in the final hour of the race, that is just a monumental blow to your championship. So P3 getting a stop-go penalty. I mean, yeah, that is absolutely brutal stuff to happen, and I think it's safe to say he will be absolutely devastated to be on the receiving end of that one.
I'm very interested to see how he picked it up, as it must have been a speeding in the pit lane. That has to be, I'm pretty sure that's one of the only things that could have been awarded.
Now, just to confirm, Mike, that's exactly what happened, speeding in pit lane.
Now, something that I often preach on the Trackalicious streams, and if you do watch those, I'm sure you've heard this before and you'll hear it again. Practice your pit stops, everybody. It's one of the most important things that I always try to emphasize. These drivers, they put lap after lap after lap on the tracks, and they put no time into the pit lane, and that is what happens. You can lose so much of your race by not practicing. You can't gain that much, but you can lose everything.
You absolutely can. Talking about gains here, right? I need to go and do my homework on this one, because that number 15 car in front that we're what's seen just now, no header for Sprout Esports, trying to make a move here. That's not going to happen, because we've got a GT4 car going to be getting in the way here. But we've got the number 15 car of Pavlo Polovchuk back up in the P8. Now, that car was well outside the top 10 as it threw itself into Le Combe there late on the brakes, and that was never going to happen, although the Lamborghini tries to do exactly the same thing. And now I wonder if they've maybe not taken tyres on that second pit stop here. But that 15, am I right in thinking that that's an amazing recovery drive to get that car back into the top 10?
Oh, absolutely. It's been an incredible... I mean, currently they're actually still down 2 positions from where they were at the beginning. We're going to have a little bit of a replay here as we check on just a moment here. But Pavlo, yeah, so far so good. Here we go. Here is the replay that we're going to be seeing. This is the GT3 Lamborghini lap car here getting in the way. Oh, wow. David, what do you make of that?
Honestly, that was a little bit naughty from the GT3 car. The GT4 car was absolutely over the inside of that curb as much as it possibly can, and the GT3 car didn't leave it any room whatsoever. Look, again, when I say these things, A, it's my opinion, and B, it's absolutely no sign of any intent or any malice whatsoever. But for me, that replay was pretty clear that GT3 knocked out the GT4 car. I would not be surprised, put it this way, if that's going to be a penalty for that 349 car.
Now, up at the front here of the GT4 field, we currently have Michael Perea behind the wheel of the 204, leading the way for the Absolute Motorsports by Acelith. Now, if they take this race win here tonight, that's going to be a hat trick of victories for them in the Grand Finals. What an effort has been put in by this 204 car.
It's been absolutely phenomenal. It really, really has, from that Acelith team. They've just done so well. I mean, Absolute Motorsport Acelith taking 3 out of 3 wins with that team of Michael Romagnoli, Michel Perea and Matthias Empedri. I think the GT3 class would have been very, very jealous to try and have something like that happen. And it's not like it's been a walkover, Mike. They've had to fight bloody hard to get that, and they've been pushed every step of the way by that Apex 1 team of Chris Warner, Krzysztof Moskowski, and Aaron Swansky. So yeah, it just makes it even sweeter for them. But 3 out of 3 wins, that's an achievement and a half.
Absolutely. And of course, they had the round 1 for the MLOs, the GT4, but still, that actually Apex 1 managed to win that race. So very interesting. The Apex 1, as you said, keeping them honest throughout this entire championship. They may have won every race, but that doesn't really show the story behind what has truly gone on here in this Grand Finals championship. Also, of course, don't count out the RCI Esports, currently sitting 6 points behind Apex 1. So also in that challenge. Currently, though, not quite in the position that we are seeing from their challengers.
Absolutely, but 3/4 of an hour left to go here, Mike, and again, with all of the battles that are still going on, I think we might have a battle for 2nd and 3rd position, actually, because I've just noticed now that gap has come down significantly with that 27 car of SDL Esports up into 2nd place. Firstly, how the heck did they get up there? Because they leapfrogged over in the pit stops. We've got a yellow flag, so somebody is and it's a lengthy yellow as well, so that's when you know somebody is in some massive discomfort. But yeah, I think that battle for 2nd and 3rd place could get a little bit closer. They could be fighting it off, and also seeing the number 55 car of Veloce, Grantas Caracas, onto the tail end, and that is Tracklicious. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike. Yeah, that 25. They've had a rough day, haven't they?
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't really said.
Tell me, where does it hurt, Mike? Where does it hurt?
It's unfortunate. As we see, just taking a look at it from Casey Schutte with a not so showroom ready Alpine car, bringing it home. Casey, absolutely lovely guy in person. Casey's such a cool guy. But not really able to show the true pace of that car here tonight for the Tracklicious team. Now, this is Noah Elder back on the charge here. These two have been inseparable as well. That, of course, being the Ukrainian team there of Pavlchuk behind in P9. Now, the Ukrainian team, sister car with the Team Ballast Esports. Only by name differs, but by community, they are the same. Putting the fight here to Noah as they go through Sector 2. These two, once again, inseparable since the beginning.
And just having a look here at the YouTube chat, poor Tom Bryant for RCI Esports. He's had a really rough day with the GT3s. Their GT4s have not had the best of times. And, well, yeah, I feel for you, Tom. I'm so sorry that the team's not had a great day with multi-class racing. It's just one of those unfortunate things as we're watching Marco Lobi here for Team Ballast Esports onto the back then of that 799 McLaren RCI Esports GT3 car. So at least a little ray of sunshine for that 799 car just now. Now, the difference being there, I'm having a look here, I can't see who that is behind the wheel, because 799 car might be a different driver that's up there in that one, because I've only got behind the 799 Benjamin Heilman, Jordan Daly and Ignacy Butchek, but I think we lost Butchek during the first couple of rounds. Either way, here is Polovchuk for Digiforce in the 15 car for Ukraine Digital Force. In P9, fighting Noah Eder then coming into La Source. 39 minutes left to go. We've done 60 laps here at Spa-Francorchamps as this race and this championship comes to its natural conclusion. Is this Ukraine Digital Force car close enough to the 717 Sprout Esports car in front? Not like that, it's not. That Lamborghini's going to get to run away a little bit, and they might want to try and poke the nose in, but I don't think it's even anywhere near close enough right now, Mike.
No, most certainly not. Definitely a bit too far back, but definitely do not count out Pablo here. Now, fun little fact once again, going back to the communities here involved, the Ukrainian Digital Force here, as I said before, basically partners, sister cars with the team Ballast Esports. Now, the Ukrainian Digital Force, they actually have a real-life racing pedigree that they have, quite a bit of it. In fact, they often go to the Dakar Rally as well as the Bonneville Salt Flats. So their fair share of real-life racing experience. Now, if you are a Ukrainian driver, Ukrainian and looking to get into a Ukrainian community, I've had the pleasure to talk with the owner there. It's super, super nice guy. Incredible community. I highly recommend if that is your language of choice, language of not choice. That's the worst way I could have said that. But if that's, if you're looking for that sort of community.
Certainly is. Let's have a look then. So, Abe Santima in the lead of the race then for the Thomas Eng Sim Racing community. For the Formula Racing League community just now, as we see a GT4 being slightly optimistic on a GT3 there. And then you've got the number 27 in second place. That's the SDL Esports Logitech G GT3. Jean-Pierre Arsenault behind the wheel of that one again for Low Fuel Motorsport. And then third position in the 179 Italian Jobs setup, ITJ setup, Sergio Peperata behind the wheel for the Formula Racing League. That is the GT3s. Then in the GT4s, it is Michel Pereira for Absolute Motorsport Isolate for the 204 team, and they are racing for QRT Esports. Krzysztof Muskowski behind the wheel of the number 10 Apex 1 car for the Sim Zone, and then it is going to be the 211 car Vipperman Racing's Alexander Grote behind the wheel of that one, and of course they are racing for VGTR behind the wheel of that one just now. So again, with all these championships kind of coming to the forefront and coming to their natural conclusion here, it's a difficult one because we thought it was going to calm down, but there are still these little pockets of fights that are absolutely going on here. Oh, and Pavlo Polovchuk, that was optimistic to say the least. That was a GT4 car coming straight onto the front of a Box 3 Motorsport Ferrari. You can't do that. That again, it was just try to take too much pace around there. You've got to be aware you've got a GT4 car there, and I'm not sure where. And again, it's an immediate call based on what I saw there, but the GT4 car was always going to have to try and make that position. I'm not sure where it was supposed to go at that point.
Yeah, and that's just a bit of impatience, unfortunately. And when you're in a battle, when you're chasing somebody down, it's understandable to make a move like that. Well, it's understandable to make a move like that. It doesn't mean that it's acceptable. Of course, you're in the heat of the moment. You go for it. Now, everyone makes mistakes here. We're going to pull up a quick little replay and see exactly what happened here, dissect it just a little bit more. So here is going to be the Ukrainian driver heading into the braking zone, picks up some grass onto the tires, which sends them side by side, and there you can see just not quite, really hard to see from that angle, but not quite enough room left for the GT4 car at the apex, and of course, that is going to be a car on track. He's entitled to his own room, and that was not quite given to him.
Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. That's what happened there. I don't know what to say on that. And it's one for the stewards to decide, but we're coming up rapidly here, Mike, to the final half hour of this race here. And, what's your thoughts on the racing that we've seen over the past 3 hours today?
It's been a lot closer than I expected, to be honest. As you were mentioning, we were expecting some gaps to be pulled, and it's still being very close. This racing is not done yet. But as we've had it, we've seen some bumping, we've seen some banging. Not overly much. I mean, the stewards definitely do have their hands full for them, but we're not seeing a penalty pop up every 5 seconds, so that's very good. But it's been a great race, and once again, a great season. This isn't the esports level of driving that you're seeing. We see mistakes. That's one thing that is, key, or is obvious here. We're seeing drivers make mistakes, and that's because, obviously, they don't drive at that top level. They don't have everything on the line. But overall, this has been such an amazing championship, and it's been an absolute pleasure, David, to be alongside you for the entirety of this race, as well as, of course, the GT4 race we had, and a little bit of the 6 hour. So thank you so much to David and the production team. It's just been all around incredible championship. Thank you to SimGrid and VCO as well.
100%. It's been a fantastic thing to watch here as we see Marco Lomi send it up the inside of Moulin. and getting that 10th position. So Team Ballas Esport getting themselves into that top 10. So I think they'll be very, very happy to do that one. And again, they are streaking off into the sunset. This is back in the fight for 19th and 20th position. Carmelo Trapani trying to get past that number 40 Lamborghini that's on the inside. Gets it for Box 3 Motorsport. That is absolute race tech by Eastlet. Remember, they started at the back of the grids. And that is exactly how it's done. Beautiful, beautiful move there for P19. And I think they will be very happy in that 858. And again, you know, making their way back up. They've not made up too many places like they did in the first stint here, but either way, that 858 car still doing whatever it can to try and get whatever positions it is possible to get now.
Yeah, still 10 positions gained for the number 858. Not even our biggest winner here tonight. In fact, our biggest gainer is going to be the number 1 car of Alexander Porgolo. I'm so sorry, everybody. Alexander in the number 1 car in P31 currently. They have, like I said, 18 positions that have been made up from the start of this race, and that is no easy feat whatsoever. Now, driving the GT4 car, of course, a little bit different than the GT3s, but that is not to say there is any difference in caliber in the field.
Absolutely, absolutely. As we said, we're coming down to the final stages of this race. Again, it's pockets of action, pockets of fighting that are going on. You know, just really underlining what a fantastic championship we have had through the season, all coming to a head here at Spa-Francorchamps for the final rounds of the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals. Still watching Carmelo Trapani here for Absolute Restec Aceleth, as we said, hit by that qualifying ban, having to start at the back of the grid for the GT3 class and making their way back up through the field with the numerous retirements and then making quite a few positions up by themselves as well. That GT4 battle looks to have kind of eased itself out. Michel Pereira in the lead of the GT4s with Krzysztof Maskowski behind the wheel of the number 10 Apex 1 machine. And again, when you look at the lap times from them, it's about 0.2 of a second is the difference there. But either way, that is... yeah, that's going to be that done and dusted as well. With a drive-through penalty for the 25 Tracklicious community car, that presumably would have been from track limits. Certainly that has been done and dusted, but it's been a much nicer way to, you know, ease off the pressure for this final half an hour. And I get the feeling, as we see Philippe Moriera onto the back of Christophe Salmon, that for the majority of drivers, yes, there'll be some drivers fighting it out here, but for the majority of them now, 30 minutes left to go, it's all about just bringing it home to the finish.
It is, but as I'm looking at our timing sheets, I'm seeing P2 get awfully, well, excuse me, I'm seeing P3 get very, very close to P2. Sergio Papreta is very close to Jean-Pierre Astriol in P2. He's very far away. Okay, well, still gaining a little bit here. 2 seconds is the current gap, but it seemed, looking at lap times here, are about even. The leader, Abe Santema, is absolutely walked away, 15 seconds ahead of Jean-Pierre in P2. So I think our race lead might be decided, and this is exactly how Abe would have wanted this race to be decided as well.
100%, and also just looking at the championship standings for just now as well, with the 55 currently being in 4th position. That's done. That championship is absolutely handed over, and they can see the gap between the two of them for 2nd and 3rd place. I'll actually agree with you with it coming to 1.7 seconds. I think that 3rd place car of Paprata is actually gaining quite quickly on that car. But the thing is we're half an hour left to go, and given it's the final round of the championship, how hard do you think that the 179 Italian job setup team are going to want to push for potentially one more place?
I think they have it in them. The Italian job, the gentleman driver. I think I need to look it up again. They sent me their motto, but they actually have a very cool motto that's in Italian. But they pride themselves on being the gentleman drivers, do the Italian job, and we'll see. Do they keep it all under wraps, or are they going to maybe go a little elbows out and be a little less gentlemanly than we would expect? We'll see. 30 minutes left to go, 28 minutes, 55 seconds left to go. That is Christoph Samin into the first corner. A great view, actually. You can see the well, I can't really see it, but of course, just behind us here is that lovely 5.2-liter V10. That is, of course, behind an Audi-made V10, but behind the Lamborghini here tonight.
It's all very confusing in the world of GT3 sports manufacturers, isn't it? It's all not as simple and straightforward as you'd think. As here comes the Lamborghini then of Felipe Moriera on to Christoph Samin. Here goes side by side, tries to go around the outside. Of course, that's never going to work up at Les Combes, and again compromises the line. Time in sim is now 20 to 9, so it's going to be 9 o'clock as that BMW power slides out the corner, proving just how hard Christoph Samin still trying to force just now. And those tyres might start to be an issue in this colder weather as well here. We've heard a lot of talk over the past couple of weeks about maybe more in the wet weather thing, but the tyre meta from ACC, and tyres seeming to be a thing for the BMW right now. Is it just me here, Mike, or does that car look like it's slipping and sliding an awful lot here?
It does, and to be fair, the BMW, a car that you typically don't see slipping and sliding, that's a car that's very known for its plantability and how just straight it can go through a corner. I mean, it's an understeery car at nature, so maybe a bit of a setup error, or it might be down to the tires coming down. Now, of course, to answer your question earlier, David, that you'd asked, every single driver did take tires throughout the every stop. There was no repeat, or nobody opted without. So taking the full sweep through the pit stops every single time for everyone. We're on equal rubber, but towards the end here, we'll see if that matters. As you were saying there, the BMW really falling off the pace.
Absolutely is, and we'll have to wait and see how this all affects itself. But that gap to P2 is starting to extend itself now, so the battle that we thought we were going to have for second place, I think, is kind of being stolen away from us just now. Sergio Pepperata then in that third place drops back to about 2 seconds, but here comes that BMW. What can the Lambo do though? Down into the source, late on the brakes, the Lambo sent it. It was a bit of optimistic move there. I think it was just catching themselves out for the Lambo, and that has massively impeded the BMW there. This is going to be the run down the Kemmel Straight, no doubt about it, as they go through Eau Rouge and then up through Radion. A little bit of a lift there from the Lambo, gets on again, and now the pace starts to eke out from that Lambo. There's enough space here to make this happen. Looks to the inside, the BMW moves over to the right hand side now. They're still side by side going into Les Combes, but again that BMW just has that inside line and can carry that pace and momentum through that chicane, and then it's going to be down into Bruel.
Yeah, able to really take that line with both hands there and not allow Felipe in whatsoever. Felipe, valiant effort on the charge for right now. The 349 car just very, very close. Margins here, looking at lap times as well, dead even from the two in terms of their fastest laps of the stint. Christoph Samin does have that pleasure at a 2:17.5 compared to a 2:17.8, but of course that doesn't really matter if we're seeing that grip fall off. Now, Christoph, he has 25 minutes left of those tires, and if Felipe is all over him like this, I expect, well, eventually we are going to see that position get handed over fairly, maybe not easily, but I do expect to see a position change by the end.
I think that's the thing, isn't it, though, is the amount of pressure that you're able to hold on to is something through a race. But when it comes to you're in the final stages of the race and, you know, you're thinking, well, how much do I want this position? The problem with that is obviously being a racing driver, being a driver full stop, they've got this unbelievable little issue with their brain. Every single driver has it, is that when another car is near you, your foot instinctively goes down on the loud pedal just a little bit harder, and no matter how much you try and control that, you can't help it. It's just this inbuilt desire to get past that car and make sure that they can't get a position from you.
Absolutely, and in the Lamborghini, that can be a devastating mentality to have, is just a slight little bit too much pressure with the right foot, and that can result you facing the incorrect direction so quick you won't even realize it. The Lamborghini is quite volatile. Part of the reason I never got to grips with it, to be honest, is just a little bit too aggressive for me when I drive it. And we see there, that was very close to track limits, managing to keep it in between the mayo and the mustard, though. I'm looking at the timings here. I'm only seeing a couple invalid laps here and there. I'm not sure we're going to be seeing too many penalties by the end of this, which is quite surprising.
And that's exactly what you like to see at this. You like to see it decided on the track rather than with the penalties that are given out sort of throughout the course of the race here. And the thing with it as well is that, you know, it's just one of those things that despite it being a 3-hour race here, you know, it's so difficult, and it makes it even more stomach churning when you do get a penalty or anything being kind of given against you. We've seen, you know, quite a lot of the frustration come through in YouTube chat or through Discord or whatever from teams that really have things that they don't go, or they don't go their way. But either way, it's kind of just part and parcel of these online championships, I think, with 22 3/4 minutes left to go. But certainly, I think for the majority of the field now, this is it done. It's now just a case of we're on our way to count down the final 20 minutes of these SimGrid VCO Grand Finals here.
Yeah, bringing it home is going to be the task at hand for most of these drivers. Now, one thing I don't think we've touched on, to be honest, is we mentioned track limits. Now, of course, the track limits are not player-based. You're not given to them just by driver. It is given to the car. So if you pick up 3 warnings on the first lap, we'll just call it, or the first stint, and you hand that car over, let's say now 2 hours later, we have Marco here behind the wheel, and he has 3 penalties on his car. He makes 1 error. That could be a drive-through penalty. Now, obviously, I don't know how many penalties Marco has. It's just an assumption. But I would imagine a few drivers are getting close to that 3 warnings and going to have to be on their best behavior unless they want to spend 59 seconds down the pit lane.
Yeah, for sure. Again, you know, as we come to the tail end of this race as well now, you know, we've spoken about how the drivers are on that sort of like bringing home the bacon mentality as well. I guess for some drivers as well, if you're feeling a little bit opportunistic, this might be the time to really push as well. This might be the time to really kind of see what you can do. But being realistic, there's not all that much you can do with 20 minutes left to go. When we spoke about earlier on about how the gaps naturally open up, and you look at them and they're like 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 9 seconds, 7 seconds, 16 seconds if you're first to second place. You know, you kind of want to push, but again, there's really not that much to potentially gain here, and at what cost?
And especially at Spa-Francorchamps, I think that's one of the reasons we see these gaps get so pronounced is, of course, 19 corners here. It's a long track, 4.3 miles. There's a lot of gaps to be had, so as we get more and more spread out, there's not too many corners, or, well, there are a lot of corners, but there's a lot of straight line as well, and that is where the gaps really get exacerbated, in my opinion. And we see those big separations, but also just, I mean, I don't think there's anything to be said. 17 seconds, that's all credit to Abe Santema for pulling that gap up at the front. I mean, that is incredible drive so far from the Dutchman and the Thomasang Sim Racing GF.
As just looking at the championship standings going into this round as well, Veloci Vex then on that 124 points would be crowned your championship winners with that. And I think that a little bit of that is maybe measured in their performance today, with the fact that at the moment that 55 car NP4 Grantas Caracas behind the wheel of that, and again, you know, it's not like they're massively off the pace, it's not like they're not even trying. It's just been a case of this race today hasn't gone their way, and maybe more to the point that the Lamborghini just hasn't had the optimal performance that the McLaren has had today. But again, with this point, looking at the fact that they're already 0.8 of a second behind Peperata, if you're in Grantas Caracas' position, do you make a move, or do you just purely want to keep that car safe, knowing that you need to get the points?
Yeah, I'm making the move. Yeah, we got, what kind of question is that, David? In fact, if we go to take a look at it, it looks like a move has been made, in fact. I think we just had a change in positions there for our P3. Jean-Pierre now dropped down to 4th, and Grantas Caracas up into the podium positions. Yep,
there we go then. So that is... So who have we got just in front of us then? Is that...
Sergio.
Sorry, Grantas Caracas is in front. Yeah, there we go. So that is Sergio Pepperata. So again, that could be second position, and again, that is just going to be a huge cherry on top. Then I wonder where the pace has suddenly come from with these Lamborghinis now, because Grantis is chopping down the pace at a rate of knots right now. I wonder if maybe GT4's involved in that. But 20 minutes left to go here. You would not put Caracas off for. In fact, if this stays its way until the end of the lap, I'll be very surprised.
Yeah, I think looking at the pace alone, I don't think this has anything to do with back markers. We're seeing very consistent 217s out of Sergio Pepperata, and Grantis Caracas 216.5 last lap with an overtake. The pace is there. Grantis has seemingly pulled this out of nowhere, as you're mentioning. Our track temp at its absolute coldest right now. We're at 10 degrees Celsius for the track temp and ambient temp. So it's struggling for grip out there, but clearly Grantis managing to find the grip where other drivers have found nothing.
We're watching Grantis Caracas then with just about a half of the lap to go here at Spa-Francorchamps. Onto the back of that 179 Italian job ITJ setups of Sergio Pepperata. And listen, either way, I mean, what a performance from ITJ setups. They have done an amazing job, but you get the feeling that this is going to be over very, very quickly indeed from the pace of that Lamborghini. I wonder if this is maybe tyres or fuel, just to make sure they get to the end of this race. But this Lambo absolutely on a charge right now. Struggles to get the car broken in time. Oh, and there's contact. Oh, that is horrible, because that's also caught up the GT4 and the GT3 as well. And I am very, very concerned that might be a step in by race control after that one, because it looked like Jean-Pierre Arsenault not really able to do anything. Well, of course, it was Grantis Caracas, excuse me. So Grantis Caracas, it didn't look like he had full control of trying to keep that car or get that car slowed down before the chicane there. But also, on the other hand, maybe that was, trying to be a little bit too tight on the corner from the car in front.
I think, I mean, he had, the car in front had every right to that room. That was Grantis was not fully alongside enough from that first glance. I'm sure we'll get a replay of it here at some point. I think Grantis, though, I think he knows what he did. We saw the hesitation after he made the contact. He didn't just punch the throttle. I think he knew he made the mistake, and he knew what he did. Doesn't feel great about it, and yeah, if we're more than likely are going to be seeing an inquiry from the stewards here at some point. Now, will that affect his podium positions? It very well may. As we have it, we're side by side with Grantis Caracas and Jean-Pierre Arsenault. I'm mispronounced. I'm so sorry. My French is awful. Coming through now, heading into Pouhon.
Yep, as they go around that double left-hander there, that's a very, very determined defence, shall we say, from the SDL Esports. And you can't blame them. 15 minutes to go. I'd be clawing on to that for dear life right now. The Lamborghini, though, again, getting frustrated, getting a little bit upset, trying to get that position past the car. And the thing is that this is the battle for second place. This is, whoever wants to make this the most here. And yeah, that's for me. I don't think that car was alongside when the move or when the corner started. He had to climb all over the curb, and is probably what unsettled the car straight into that car in front. So yeah, for me, that kind of points one way. But again, that's why we're just in the commentary team and not on the race stewardship or race control whatsoever. But Jean-Pierre Arsenault here for SDL Esports is up the inside again, tries to go Sergio Pepperata, onto the inside of Unicorns of Love. So that behind the wheel of that one is Sasha Vassner. And again, this fight is going to go on significantly. Now, for me, my concern is for Grantis Caracas. Now, they need to finish the race. They need to finish the race to get the points to win this championship. What I would hate to see is them putting that car in a position where it doesn't need to be at this stage, and the championship being affected by that. That would be brutal to watch here. But here comes Sergio Pepperata onto Unicorns of Love, and that wasn't really a challenge at all, but the 14 still trying to hold it in on the inside, but I think the McLaren has that job done. Yep, there it goes, and that is going to be P4 for Sergio Peperata.
Yeah, back at the charge here after, of course, having that tap in the rear quarter panel, not helping out the race whatsoever for Peperata. Up the road a little bit, though, is his nemesis, Grantis Caracas, who we're looking at now, battling with Jean-Pierre. And now through No Name, Jean-Pierre hot on the charge, Jean-Pierre ahead for right now. But as we see it, Grantis, I gotta say, putting in the laps, 2:17.8 last time around, though 3/10 slower than Jean-Pierre. Has Grantis used all of his grip, or does he have more in the cards? Is he sandbagging here, or just trying to bide time and wait and find the good overtaking opportunity, David? I'm not sure. What are your thoughts here?
I think he's gonna. I think he's been held up by Jean-Pierre Arsenault. That's the key thing here, and we'll wait to see what the split times are like, because I want to see if Sergio Peperata can actually close that up. It was 3.2 seconds, so no, that's gone up to 4.1. So yeah, that is done. Peperata is not going to be coming up to it, but yeah, Caracas is just not able to have the pace on the car in front because he just can't get past. He's losing lap time because of it. But this is where the frustration sets in, and this is where I'm very, very concerned. You know, for me, I'm just like, it's 10 minutes left to go between you and a championship. Ease off. You know, if you want to try and take position, fine, but don't kill yourself over doing so. And well, we'll wait with bated breath to see what happens here in the final rounds of the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals here, Mike. But I'm very, very uncomfortable with this fight that's going on here.
Yeah, we'll see. I gotta say, Grantis, is it going to be a pride thing, or is it going to be all about, just as you said, taking home the championship and being content with that? Now, if I know any racing drivers, content is not in their vocabulary. That's just, it's not a word. Content? What does that mean? I've never heard of that before. We may see Grantis go for it, but yeah, if he is smart, he would just retain that position, not pick up any unnecessary penalties, which he might already have one coming his way. Grantis needs to be very careful not to pick up any more.
And just have a look. So a drive-through penalty in GT4 there for the 211. So P4 in GT4. Vipperman Racing getting a drive-through for track limits at this late stage of the race. I mean, that is a crushing blow to your chances, and they're going to be absolutely devastated with that one, Mike.
Yeah, it's the same thing I mentioned earlier, is the track limits, of course, they're shared throughout the entire race and for multiple drivers, not just one. I know we saw Trackalicious there in chat making a comment. Casey Schutte also on 3 strikes. And here, it's not quite baseball. It's not 3 strikes, you're out. It's 4 strikes, and you're going to have a trip down pit lane. We have seen a few drivers, unfortunately, fall victim to that here tonight. Will we see a few more?
Potentially. Still a long time in the form of 10 minutes. We're back to the fight, though, with the 349 car, the VRM racing car of Felipe Moriera. He's got past that BMW of Christophe Samin. We saw that fight going on earlier on, but he's now chasing down the 113 F1 Memes Racing team, and that is Pavel Kovalev that is just in front of him just now. So 4th, 5th and 6th are now firmly together. Peperata has fallen back to Sasha Vassner and to the 808 car, the Revolt car, just behind them as well. So again, I'm watching all this unfold here, and this is not what I had in the plan here. I was expecting, you know, maybe 1 or 2 battles to kind of go all the way to the end here, but yeah, I was not expecting it to be so feisty, and that is going to be Christophe Samin going past Felipe Moriera, like is standing still. The BMW throws it into the corner there. I'm stunned by that. I wonder if Moriera just is taking it easy, or what happened there.
I have no explanation for that, but we also have a change in position for P5. Yarrow Hoffman has...
Oh, Mike! Grantis Caracas is a 10-second penalty! That's it! That is a huge effect for the championship.
Grantis leading currently by 24 points. Unicorns of Love needs to outscore by 24 points to take this win. Looking at it right now, Abeson Tama. Oh, this is going to get close. I'm not sure we're going to be able to call this one, David.
think it is, because I'm looking at previous scoring to try and figure out the scoring for this. So it's 24 points there, right? That would mean P6. So if they're not ahead of P6, this is way too close. If he is ahead of Alvarez, I think they might still have it. But if he's behind Alvarez and where's the 14?
That's what
it's not going to matter.
Is that Sasha is currently in P6, so I don't think it matters.
Yeah, it's not gonna matter at all. I was getting all excited there. Right, okay, never mind. Back to your day jobs, people. It's absolutely fine. Right. However, that's not saying Sasha Vassar can't make up a couple of positions here, and that's not saying actually because that's a 10-second penalty. Does that not get increased because they can't serve that 10-second penalty?
No, it'll just be added
to the race time. Right. Okay. Oh my God.
Yeah, I know. The heart muscles are moving quickly right now. Grantis Caracas also probably, equally moving as fast. Yeah, he's picked up a 10-second penalty. That'll be served at the end. He'll have 10 seconds added onto his final race time. Now, that currently would put him back behind Sasha, so into P6, but that should still be enough for the championship. Sasha will not be able to outscore, I don't think, Grantis enough to take the lead.
Wow. Honestly, I'm just so concerned how this is going to go, because the thing is that Caracas now onto the back of Arsenault here. It's whether or not he's learned his lesson, whether or not he's just going to be like, right, okay, that's a shot across the bow. I'm not going to do anything else to cause an issue for this. So yeah, wow, what an end to this race here. Absolutely thrilling stuff here as we go back to Felipe Moriera here, trying to regain that position from Christoph Salmon, who opportunistically just seized that by the horns there and absolutely got that 15th position there from Felipe Moriera. But I never expected to have all this chaos and drama in the final 7 minutes of the race.
The other thing is that I don't think we've even really noticed, or at least I'm trying to think of now, most of these cars have been together since the start of this race. I'm pretty sure this Moriera-Samin battle has literally been going on now for about 2 hours straight. I know for a fact that the Grantis Caracas battle had been, but my goodness, this has been super tight. The drivers really pushing each other to their absolute nth degree here to get the maximum amount of pace out of every single one.
Absolutely, and I get the feeling that it's not finished just as of yet, but 6.5 minutes left to go in this final round of the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals. A huge thank you to everyone that has joined us today. We hope you've enjoyed all of the action. We certainly have enjoyed everything that has been on offer today. It's been a veritable smorgasbord of action and just fun out there on track just now. Brumotti doing the clown emoji and saying unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I'm not sure what he's unhappy with, but I think
that was on the Grantis thing, I think, for
the
penalty being picked up. When we were in the moment of did he win or is he not going to win? So no, he has not thrown away his win, everybody. The clown emoji can be redacted.
Oh right. Oh okay. Right. Oh, I'll just I'll ignore that one then. Let's just leave that alone. Right. Abe Santima then. 5.5 minutes left to go in this race for Thomas Engus Sim Racing. What a performance it has been for them. They have just been absolutely storming it at the front. 21.7 seconds ahead of the nearest driver at the moment, and then it's Michel Pereira for Absolute Motorsport Aislinn out front and on track with 5 minutes left to go to make it 3 out of 3 wins here, as we see a drive-through penalty getting served towards the tail end of the race. But 5 minutes left to go. Surely now it's done, Mike. Surely now it's the case the drivers just doing their final 2 laps.
You know, you think that, and we have Christoph Samin, Felipe Moria, and Pavel all coming relatively together here soon. Now, the Christoph and Pavel battle is a bit further away, but Felipe, don't count him out. That number 16 car falling off the pace, though. That is the one thing. But last lap, a 10th quicker. Still, though, with 2 laps, maybe 3 laps to go here left, Abe Santema, he is going to be smiling, just doing what he has to do here at the very end. And as you said before, Grantis Caracas, since that, he was, firmly on the bumper of Jean-Pierre. Since the 10-second penalty has dropped off a nice 2 seconds, so I think he has got your message there, David, and moved off the pedal a little bit and taken it easy.
Good to see, because obviously, you know, how much does that position mean to you? How badly do you want to get that third position? So yeah, great to see. Either way, it's been a fantastic performance with everyone, and we have just enjoyed thoroughly with what has been going on this afternoon here on the SimGrid and VCO Grand Finals here from Spa. We've got, I believe, 2 laps left to go here, as you've got your race leader going across just now. So Abe Santima crosses the line, 3.5 minutes. So this, I believe, is going to be the penultimate lap of the race, and 3 hours over in the blink of an eye. Cars 2:11 and 7:17. It's a 15-second time penalty to the 7:17. That's Sprout Racing for causing a collision. That was the GT3 fight that was going on. I believe that was around about 15th position, wasn't it? That was Noah Eder that was behind the wheel of that 7:17. You can see it there, 9th position that they were in. And yeah, it's safe to say that the stewards have been kept, I think, Mike, very busy today, and everybody will be glad when this race is over, including race control.
Yeah, they've had their hands full. Big shout out to Race Control and the broadcast team. Also, of course, thank you so much. We got Stephen Proudly in the booth with us, providing all of the wonderful camera angles. Thank you so much, Stephen. Also, big thank you to chat as well. Of course, you guys are the reason we are here, the communities as well. Chat, thank you all so much. We got Jeffrey Ritchie joining us on the Twitch side of things. We also got Moti in the YouTube side. So thank you everyone on the VCO and the SimGrid side of things for joining us. You all are amazing.
Yeah, and it keeps us very entertained. Miguel Amarin has appeared just in time to watch the final bit. His net connection, thankfully, has stabilised, so he gets to enjoy the final stages of the race. And what a final stage this is. Sergio Pepperata having to fight off Jarl Hoffman for the final 2 minutes. Contact!
Oh, no.
And there you go. There is the 179. Boot off into the corner. And that car's struggling to get going. Now, what that does mean is that means that Vassner is going to move up a couple of positions there as well. Well, what do you say to that one, Mike? That was pretty clear cut and pretty unnecessary.
Yes, I mean, very unnecessary. So I do think, actually, though, Sasha will retain that position. Potentially, actually, as it's been about 5 seconds. You're going to need to hold that gap up. I'm assuming we're going to see a time penalty being headed the way there of Sasha, or excuse me, of Hoffman. My apologies. Very clear cut there. But regardless of that, we'll see no position change as Papreta now under threat heavily from Alvarez. But this is Grantis Caracas. We said that he was done, but now coming onto the white flag lap, I don't think he's done just yet, David.
Oh, let's go. Right, let's see if any lessons have been learned then into the first corner. And then down on the run to the hill as our race leader. We'll keep an eye on them as well. They're 22 seconds up the road, so they'll already be coming up through Eau Rouge and Radio. So down the hill, up at Radion. And what is going to happen here from the Lamborghini? Is it going to make a move on the 27 car just in front? You can see a very nervous looking GT4 hiding for its life on the left hand side there, saying please don't hit me in the face. But as close as Grantis Caracas was, I don't think that is going to be a move being made for that second position just now. Meanwhile, your race leader is already coming through into Double Gauche.
Okay, interesting here. So I know why Grantis is doing this. So I think Grantis has actually gotten this from his team to go on this charge. Currently, Jarl Hoffman, 9.5 seconds to the delta of Grantis Caracas, meaning that at the end of this race, Grantis would fall down a position. Grantis is trying to take that P2 so he can finish in P3. That is his entire goal right now. Great point. Absolutely great point there with that 10-second penalty, which is really not actually going to affect him an awful lot here. But here is your race leader then, Abe Santima,
for Thomas Engus Sim Racing. We've maybe not seen too much of him through the race, but it's been a fantastic performance. It's been a dominant performance. It's been a perfect performance at the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals for Thomas Engus Sim Racing of the 34 car, and it's going to be Jeffrey Ritchie, Abe Santima and Matteo De Campo through the final chicane for the final time, for the final round this season. Abe Santima crosses the line to win the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals, the 3 hours of Spa here. Jean-Pierre Arsenault here in the GT3 class is going to have a fight on his hands because Grandes Caracas, right at the last gasp here, is going to try and take it. Pierre's gone wide. Pierre spun the car under pressure, and that is going to be P2 in a silver bow. That is a Christmas present for Grandes Caracas. He will take every day of the week, and that might have just done it. Meanwhile, this is your GT4 championship, and Michel Pereira, let's spend time focusing on this. Mike, what a season, what a championship. 3 out of 3 for Michel Pereira for Absolute Motorsport Acelith. You cannot get better than that.
No, you most certainly can't. I apologize. Is it McKelly or is it Michelle?
Mikhail.
Mikkel.
I'll take charge in butchering the name. So.
All good. McKelly in P24 but overall, but P1 in class as he is rounding through Sector 3 now, heading down towards Blanchimont. It's going to be flat out for most of the way now, and not much pressure behind. What a move, though, at the end, of course, there we saw Jean-Pierre outbrake himself just slightly in the GT3. It's not going to matter, though. Grantis Caracas, the 10-second penalty, is going to still finish, I think, in P4. But here we are, though, our GT4 championship. Michele Pereira in the 204 Absolute Motorsports. Are also teammates, of course, with Patrick Pellegrino, and Matteo Ferri comes to the line a bit exuberant on the loud pedal, but crosses in P1 for the Grand Finals of the Grand Finals. The Italian team, excellent job. Hat trick of wins and takes the championship.
Yep, there we go then. What a fantastic 3 hours of racing we've had at Spa. Championships have been decided. Congratulations to the 55 Veloci Vex team of Luke Whitehead, Dario Ilmulo and Grantis Caracas on behalf of SOP Motorsports. And then a huge thank you and congratulations as well to our GT4 class winners representing QRT. That was a brilliant final race there, and I think they can all be very, very proud in that one as well. So there we go. That is it done and dusted. We'll be waiting for a couple of minutes. I think we might have some drivers popping in to have a chat with us. But, taking a win for Abe Santima in that 34 class there, Thomas Engus Sim Racing, Jeffrey Ritchie and Matteo De Campo for Formula Racing League. Again, looking back to the communities, I think all of the communities can be very, very happy with the drivers and teams representing them. Not just today here, Mike, but for the entire season.
Absolutely. I think this has just been such a pleasure to be a part of the entirety of the Grand Finals. Of course, we had the 3 races in the Grand Finals, we had the prelims in the GT4s, and we had the 36 hours in which these cars have driven around. It's probably, in total, these drivers, some of them 50 hours into this league alone. And to bring it home for the checkered flag, it must just be one of the most incredible feelings of dedication to make it through with not just your team, with your car, with your friends, with your family, everybody involved. It's an emotional roller coaster sim racing, and I think this is really the pinnacle of the pinnacle of sim racing here, getting all of these 10 communities involved and showing what it's really like.
Absolutely is. And again, the celebrations will be going late on into the night, or at least that's what you'd think here in sim racing, when usually it's a case of they'll get excited, have a little drink of juice, and then they'll go and find another race to go and take part in for the rest of the weekends here. It's a very unusual affair because obviously we speak to the drivers afterwards, Mike, and I don't know if you're the same as myself, but you're a little bit like, oh, is that it? You expected, yeah, guy, oh my God, that was amazing. You expect excitement and enthusiasm. It's like, yeah, that was all right, I guess.
Yeah,
we did
thank
well.
you.
It's like, yeah, it's fine.
You got to the checkered flag, we won. It was a very nice race. And so that's, your average driver, I will say. We do have some interviews in waiting, though. So, David, why don't you take it away?
Excellent stuff. So yeah, as we've got, I believe we've got Michele Pereira. Michele, congratulations! A fantastic race here, and it really had it all. But the GT4s, you've got to say, I mean, that team of Absolute Motorsport Aceless, you guys have absolutely nailed this season. What made you so good over the other GT4 teams?
Well, I think what really made the difference, I think, in my perspective, was the fact that across all three of us, we were, both of us were consistent, fast, and everyone did not make any kind of a mistake, a bad mistake. So I think that's what really got us here at this point. Yeah, definitely, in my opinion.
And also, just a fantastic performance here through Spa. What was that race like for yourself?
Well, I mean, the first stint for sure wasn't the easiest, but then when I had to drive, for me the car was fantastic. Also, I had a little bit less fuel since the stint was shorter, and yeah, I managed to get my pace, and even if there were quite a lot of GT3s, and I managed to open the gap to the second place car, and so yeah, quite happy with how the car drove and the stint overall.
Excellent stuff, and obviously a huge congratulations to yourself and the team for winning the championship with the SimGrid and VCO Grand Finals. It's been a hard fought championship, but what does it mean being able to represent QRT?
Well, I mean, it's really an honor, and I'm really happy to represent them here, and to have won in such such way. So yeah, really happy also for them.
Excellent stuff. Well, listen, Michele, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on a dominant performance in the GT4s. Is there anybody that you'd like to thank today?
Well, everyone in the team, my teammates, for sure, obviously. And yeah, all our partners, our other teammates, and everyone who made this possible. Yeah, really everyone.
Excellent stuff. Well, Michele, congratulations to you and the rest of the team. Enjoy the rest of your weekends, and we'll see you back on the grid very soon.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
So there we go then, Michele Pereira there from our winning GT4 team. And it's a very warm welcome to Jeffrey Ritchie, who is joining us just now. Jeffrey, congratulations on the race win. 20 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. That was a fantastic performance.
Yeah, it was definitely crucial to qualifying as well. Eric showed really good pace, especially in quali, so it's going to be difficult to get past, but I had a good run in the first sector. Managed to get past and then mostly defend from there, but when the GT4 cars came, got a bit of luck, I'd say. Also a bit of unlucky moments, but gap stayed about a second. And then we decided to overcut, actually. We thought there would be this faster option. And it came out about 3-4 seconds ahead. Managed to get from there. I think P2 and 3 started fighting, and they probably kind of forgot about P1. So good for us, because then from there on out we could just manage our own pace and keep it clean.
And obviously at the front, it was just dominant, and the fact, sharing the car with Abe and Matteo De Campo as well, it's a brilliant way to end out the season. But it must be even better the fact that you're able to represent Formula Racing League as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, on that one then, obviously with Formula Racing League taking the community championship for that one with the 258 points for the GT3s, you guys did a significant boost to adding that in. It was a dominant performance through the race today. Finally, is there anybody else you want to say a thank you to with today and over the course of the season?
Well, of course, my teammates. They did a fantastic job. Abe and Mattia, keeping it consistent, good pace, all practiced. And of course, the car also helped a bit. It's always nice to have a good car track combo. And after all, we still have to drive it, and I believe we've made absolutely no mistakes. So, yeah, big congrats to the team, to the drivers, and just gotta keep this consistency going, and I think we'll be all right.
Excellent stuff. Well, Jeffrey, listen, congratulations on the race win today. Thanks for joining us today, and we'll see you on the grid very shortly.
Yes, thank you.
Excellent stuff. So there you go then, Jeffrey Ritchie there from Thomas Enge Sim Racing. So there we go. Congratulations to Veloci for winning the GT3 Championship. Congratulations as well to our GT4 winners there, who absolutely dominated in that absolute race tech by Acelith Motorsports GT4 team. There we go then, Mike. That was a fantastic way to round out the season here. What's your final thoughts?
It's just been overall a fantastic championship, fantastic race. Big congratulations, of course, to the GT4 team for bringing out a hat trick of wins, which is just so impressive in this field to do. And they sounded a bit, as you mentioned before, maybe a little underwhelmed. I assure you, they are going to be popping the champagne soon enough. It's just their way of celebrating. But an amazing championship. Massive shout out to SimGrid as well as VCO for putting this event on, and to the 10 communities as well for taking part. This has just been an absolute roller coaster of emotions, and quite frankly, I've had such a pleasure of being able to take part in it.
Yeah, that makes two of us, my friend. That makes two of us. My name, ladies and gentlemen, has been David Christie. Joining me in the commentary box has been a huge thank you and a privilege to be alongside Mike Knowles. As always, a huge thank you to our broadcast production team behind the scenes as well. And a huge thank you as well to you at home for watching. Thanks to SimGrid and VCO for putting this on. And as always, all our commercial partners as well. But that is it for the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals. Until the next time, keep us subscribed on SimGrid and the VCO channels. We've got plenty more content coming up in 2024. Have a wonderful Christmas and a wonderful New Year, and we'll see you very soon.